Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of Drive Time. I got the fellas with me. I got my man Crypto. I got me and Mono Lewis. Yo, we are here. We are ready to talk about Tua's holdout. Hold up. Wait, no. He's holding out, so we'll get into it when we come back. And we can't forget.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor. We're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Yo, So we had a scheduled release party, but now I think that's came to a halt with the news that Tua Tagovailoa has been holding out. Which, all right, let's so Lou, crypto, we'll take a vote on. I'll be the tiebreaker. What do you guys want to talk? You want guys talk about the pros or the cons first? The of Tua holding out.
Oh, I mean, for me, it really don't matter. We can talk
Yeah,
about
that can be
both.
either one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
it don't
don't.
matter.
Yeah,
We'll let you pick, Shake.
either one
You're
is
the
fine.
tiebreaker, so you can pick.
All right. I'll tell you what. No wonder EM talk trash about both of y'all.
Who?
Who was that?
EM. I'm starting to see the thing that EM says about you is true. Not fucking y'all. All right. Heads, pros, tails, cons. All right. It's tails. So let's talk about the cons of this. You know, because I think there's you gotta look at it from both angles. Okay, so the only two con things, the only con I could see for him missing out is the fact that he's not building camaraderie with the. We drafted a whole bunch of new receivers. Like last year, it would have been fine because he kind of played a lot with Craycraft the year before. Maybe Braxton Berry, who gives a fuck? He played with some of the wide receivers, most of the wide receivers the year before. So we had built that chemistry. But now you got these two new receivers that we drafted two receivers. We got Odell Beckham Jr., even though I don't think he's in training camp, so it really doesn't matter. But still, I think he's got a couple of new receivers that he wants to get in tune with. That's the only and the fact that he being that he is one of the leaders, it sets the tone for camp. But other than that, I really don't see too much. What do you guys think? Cons into it.
I mean, cons. I would say for me, I really don't have any like cons. I'll be honest. It's voluntary. Like if somebody told me that, you know, it was voluntary for me to show up somewhere, I probably wouldn't go. Right. So, but to your point, Shake, I do see drafting two rookie receivers. You might want to go to camp to maybe throw with them. So I do see that point. I will acknowledge that. I think that is a very good point by you. I would say hopefully in that scenario, because we heard when Malik Washington got drafted, we all seen a tweet get put out by him kind of tagging Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle saying, hey, fellas, hit me up. Let me know when you guys are the next time you're going to show up at a park somewhere so I can join y'all in practice. We know Tua has been there with Tyreek and Waddle. So hopefully, in that standpoint, he's already thrown to those guys or they're planning on meeting. But I'm kind of with you, Shay. We can nitpick here and there, but for me, just short answer, I really don't have a problem with it, like con-wise. I really don't.
Yeah. And I brought this to you in crypto. I brought this to you in your space. At the end of the day, it's uncommon. It's not common. It's not uncommon for the quarterbacks to miss voluntary practice.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny is the same people that want Tua there, right, are the same ones that say, man, these wide receivers need to get more reps with Skyler. Well, there you go. Here you go. This is his big opportunity to get those reps. The reps that everybody was clamoring for him to get.
Well,
Right, that will be a major pro.
That would definitely be a major pro. And that's a good question, Shake. I would love to know if Mike White and Skylar Thompson are in the building right now. To your point, I would love to know if they're there. Because see, what's crazy to me, fellas, is there's conflicting reports, right? Like there's people saying he's not, on the field, which I think is true. I don't think Tua's been on the field within the building or inside the building, right?
Yeah.
Like at the facility, I don't think he's been on the field that much. But there has been people also like beat writers and stuff saying he's in the building though. Like maybe he's more in the classroom, maybe he's, working out in the building. I mean, I just don't know what to believe. Again, and just for me, it's voluntary right now. If we get into mandatory minicamp and OTAs and training camp, and he's not, we got a problem, right?
Yeah.
But voluntary, I don't know if I'm going to make it a big deal just yet.
And I think what shocks people is the fact that he went to mandatory 2 years in a row. But voluntary 2 years in a row. But think about this. One of the reasons I think he went to mandatory 2 years in a row is he's learning the new system. This is year 3 in the system. So how much more can you learn? You know what I mean? So,
absolutely, Sheikh. That's another good point. And remember, Sheikh, this is his first year going and working with the QB coach. The last 3 years or the last 4 years, it's been specifically with performing Nick Hicks and them boys out in Miami. They're located in Miami. He's always been here. Now, the new groups that he's working with, they're in California, and we've all heard the reports and that he's traveling back and forth. So, again, bro, it's whatever. People can say what they want and have their feelings how they want. I'm not here to change it. I don't think neither one of you guys are trying to change anybody's opinion either. So, it is what it is. It's wherever you stand. I can only speak for me, though. I'm kind of with Shake. Could we talk about it? Is there talking points? Yes. But as of, am I concerned? Nah. For me, I'm not. But everybody has the right to their opinion.
Yeah, you're right. Real quick, speaking of opinion, let's give a shout out to the people who make the one of the reasons why we're here, man. Make the show possible. Like my man, Mr. Polk, in the building, the 2023 Wolfpack member of the year.
Shout out, Mr. Polk.
We got G in the building, Flavor J, Hooked Up Joe, G in the building, Jamie Reichart. We got Dark Sith Lord 85, Michael K in the building, Duke Thomason, the latest in men's sportswear. We got the homie Cat for Life in the building, Toxic Tony, Raphael Courtright, Big Nick.
Yeah, definitely toxic.
Steve LeMay. And the Texas legend is in the building. EM Dolphin fan.
Hey, Shake, I recognize all the names you brought up, Shake, except 2. Some dude named Tony and this last dude, I have no idea who the hell that is.
Listen.
Never heard
of it. Listen, I know you.
No idea.
Especially
be from Texas.
I'll give you EM. Very, very few people know who EM is, but you're doing a toy drive in Houston with Tony. Come on now.
Oh, it's that Tony. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that Tony.
You guys are doing a toy drive.
Toy drive. Oh, the toy drive is going on.
Yep.
Toy drive Tony. Yeah, that's who he is. Toy drive Tony.
Toy drive Tony. Hey, man, that shit rolls right off the tongue, don't it?
Hey,
TDT.
Hey, Crypto, TDT.
TDT.
TDT. I got you.
TDT, Toy Drive Tony.
Toy Drive Tony. Oh, hey, that TDT is gonna stick. I'm telling you right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first.
What's up, Craig Sebring? What's up in the building? What's up, Craig? Happy Friday, man. It is Friday, man. Thank God for Friday, man.
Yeah, man. Already Friday, man.
No, man.
Lots of traffic, lots of people driving on sidewalks, running over pedestrians. Man, what a life.
It's like, look, all I know is, just like you said, Chris Greer is in a no-win situation. Tua is in a no-win situation. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, I would agree. I definitely agree with that, Shake. But again, see, even with the Chris Greer talk, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Shake. Now, years have passed, right? And remember, we're all Dolphin fans, right? We
course.
remember the dumpster fire days. And what would we used to say when schedules would come out, let's say 12 to 15 years ago?
Mhm.
Man, it sucks, man. Miami got, we have all the nightlife, all the palm trees, all the sunshine. It's Miami. Why don't ESPN give us
Right.
Monday night games? Why don't
Mhm.
NBC put us on Sunday night football? We all used to say it, right? And you know why that was?
No, not me.
Well,
You,
I get it, Shake.
you didn't care
I
about
get
the night games, Shake?
Hell no. I want my football now, God damn
early,
it. But go ahead. But
early.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
Okay.
saying, Shake, that was a talking point, right?
yeah, for sure.
the
I understand. No, I understand completely though what you're saying though.
But the problem
Yeah.
was, Shake, 12 to 15 years ago, this organization and this team were a dumpster fire. And networks like NBC that has Sunday night and ESPN that has Monday night, they don't want dumpster fire teams playing in primetime games, right? The NFL don't want that.
Unless you're the
That's
Jets.
why. Well, again, think about the Jets, right? Whoever believes in Aaron Rodgers, just the name alone, they got 6. But I'm coming from the standpoint.
It's because it's a New York, the New York market. Let's be real.
Well, that's true. But even the Jets,
Mhm.
let's say they get back in those days, they were getting 2 games. Let's say
Yeah.
3 or whatever. To your point, the market, right? Look at Miami now, though.
Yeah.
5 primetime games this season. You know why that
Mhm.
is? Because networks want to have the Miami Dolphins on there. The NFL wants Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. And again, if Chris Greer is a bad general manager, who's the one creating this team? It would be Chris Greer. Chris Greer has put a roster together that the NFL and networks want to see play.
Dolphins thirsty in the
But
building. Hey, by the
but
way,
he,
there's a new name for
Yep.
prime time. It's called standalone games.
mhm. But people still want to tell me Chris Greer is
Yeah.
a horrible general
Standalone.
manager. It just don't make sense to me. But again, it is what
Little
it is.
HP. What's going on, little HP? Leave us alone, Shake.
Mm.
Yeah. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Let me see something. No. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I mean, yeah, standalone games. Yeah, I agree, man. Listen, if this team wasn't such a good team, we wouldn't be having these standalone games. By the way, shout out to Dolphins Thirsty in the building. Did Dolphins Thirsty? Did you do Throwback Thursday? I don't think you did one, man. I see, but check out Dolphins Thirsty. He's also on the Real Fins Talk Network. Me and Crypto were on there a couple of weeks ago. Shout out to those guys. But
yeah, man.
Him and Steve Malloy, they're doing great work over there at the Real Steve. So yeah, man. I don't know. Like I said, what about Odell Beckham? I don't think he's been to training camp yet because he just got here, right? He just did the. What do you guys think of the press conference? Let's talk about that real quick.
I thought he hit it
I'll be
out
honest.
of the park.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was okay. I think it was personally. I think it was kind of a fluff piece, but that's just me.
What do you mean by fluff, though? You care to elaborate on that?
He's not buying it. So you're not buying nothing today, neither, Crypto?
Yeah, I'm not buying that. Not for $1.
But But again, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Again, we were talking backstage. Maybe I'm slow. What are you not buying? What do you think? What do you think he was trying to sell?
No, he was just trying to sell us on his exuberation of being here and his reasons for it. I think it was a little bit of embellishment there.
But again, that's fine. That's cool to say. But the proof would definitely be in the pudding. You don't think Odell could have got more money than $3 million crypto? I'm just
No,
asking the question. No,
no, I don't think he could have.
the man signed for 15 last year, crypto.
Yeah, but was it all guaranteed?
I think 8 of it was guaranteed.
Well, he paid the whole year, so he pretty much got his 15 million.
I'm
right,
just
but
saying,
then
bro.
I don't know of it. How much was it incentives? So did he play? I thought he missed some games.
No, I think he missed 1 game, maybe 2, if that. But no, I think he played 16. Either way, again, crypto. You have your feeling. That's your thoughts. Cool. Again,
No,
for
I'm just
me,
saying
listen.
a lot of players know how to play the game. Is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Of course,
and
because
again,
those players got it's called PR people.
yeah, but I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think that's PR though. I don't
Yeah.
think the way he was talking about how his life is. So a PR person can't tell you how to feel about your life.
Mm-hmm.
A PR person can tell you how to feel about maybe the football team, but when he was saying he has balance in
Yeah.
his life, when he was talking about knowing
Mm.
that this is Tyreek Hill's team and Jalen Waddle's team, and he just wants to come in here and get in where he fit in, I think that's absolutely true. I think it's been like that for years with Odell. Think about when he
Maybe
went to
I'm.
the Rams.
I
Well,
guess
He went
maybe
up
I'm
to
going off the highlights of his. A lot of people focus on the highlights of that whole conference. That's mainly what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about the other stuff.
I'm gonna have my Shannon
Yeah.
Sharp. My grandfather told me. I'm gonna do my Shannon Sharp impression. My grandfather told me, said, "Son, the best criminal out there is the one you don't know. So the best PR person is the one that make it seem like there's not a PR person involved. You know what I'm saying? They understand. They know how to manipulate. I'm not saying that's not true, the case, Lewis, but I'm just letting you know the best PR people make it seem seamlessly, and that oh man, that doesn't seem like it was written at all. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So
I
those
hear
are the
you.
best PR
I see.
people.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it very well possibly could be, but where I would
Those are the
kind
ones the
of
politicians use,
I
by the
see.
way.
Yeah, I was about to use politician as my angle there.
yeah, absolutely. But see, now that I'm on this panel, right, I'll tell
Uh-huh.
you, I've talked about it with several other people behind closed doors, whether it was backstage, other places, or on the phone.
Yeah.
And you can
Yeah.
ask those people what I told them after I heard the interview.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched a lot of interviews from the Miami Dolphins, and the Dolphins do have a PR team. Nobody
Yeah.
has sounded like Odell to me, though.
Well, the players also have their
No.
PRTs. Players also have their personal PR people, just like remember, Dolphins have a QB's coach. Tua has his QB coach. Everybody has players have nutrition coach. Dolphins have a nutrition coach. So you know what I'm saying?
I
Two
mean,
things gonna be
yeah,
true.
I get it. Yeah, absolutely. I get it. I kind of use, for me, I can only speak for myself. For me, listening to it, I kind
Yeah.
of use the analogy of baseball, right? I think there was runners on first, second, and third. I think Odell came up and hit grand slam.
Yeah.
I think if you're a Dolphin fan, everything he
Mm-hmm.
said now, again, whether it was PR, written form, whatever, however anyone
Yeah.
wants to paint it, it just came off as a fan. That's what you want to hear from a guy like that. I was highly impressed with the
Gotcha.
Odell interview.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's funny is
I got you.
I always wanted to do
Yeah.
radio, and so I went to broadcasting school. And when I saw the sausage being made, I'm like, damn, there's a lot of bullshit that goes into this that people don't really know about. You know what I mean? But no, we're getting off topic here. But as far as Odell Beckham, the one thing that stood out to me is the fact that he admittedly said, it's not number 2 years ago when they asked Teddy Two Gloves, is he here to be the backup? And he gave an answer that left the door open to say that he is he's competing for the starting job. Well, the one thing I do know is Odell Beckham automatically said, "Hey, I am here." He know his role. He's not the number one. He's not the number two. He even said his stats proved it over the last couple of years. So he knows where he is and what's his role on this team, and that's which is to me is a good thing. Hey, CB83 in the building. What's going on, CB83?
Who's that?
Absolutely. And to your point, Shake, about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very good point because for even me, when I first started hearing about the Odell rumors, right, I was like, oh, I don't know. You know, you kind of have a perception about Odell. What's he going to do if the targets are not there?
Yeah.
But then you hear him talk about it, and it's true. He went to the Rams. He wasn't the number one over there. It was Cooper Kupp. They had a tight end over there. They had a second receiver over there. He's in Baltimore last year. Zay Flowers is clearly their number one option. Then I would say Lamar Jackson with the ball in his hands as a running, dual threat quarterback, I would say is even probably option number 2, right? Mark Andrews in a passing perspective would probably be the option number 2. So I think Odell, and again, we didn't hear really about complaining for the ball with the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't hear complaining last year with the Ravens. I think, to your point, Shake, and when I listened to the interview, I felt the same way. I think he understands that we have 2 dynamic receivers here, and he's going to be fine with his role. And I think that, again, as fans, that's what you want to hear from Odell. You don't want to have this diva wide receiver that's coming in here that's going to be complaining for, catches. A guy just come in here, fill his role, play his role, and contribute to this football team. Again, for me, highly impressed in how Odell handled some of those questions that were asked of him.
The funny thing that I did see is the fact that him and Jalen Ramsey wore they wore similar outfits, the white coats, whatever.
Yeah,
it wasn't exactly the same, but it looked very similar.
Hey man, Gucci down to my socks. Gucci down to my socks.
Hey, listen, I can't.
That's the brand.
I can't wear white on this month. I have too many dogs to be wearing white.
Yeah,
that's the price you pay.
Hey,
when you have a bunch of dogs.
Overall, it wasn't bad. Like you said, Lewis, that's what the fans wanted to, want to hear in an incoming player like that caliber. Kind of like humble, not too, standoffish as far as people want to perceive him. Everybody know he's a diva type, but he coming in the door knowing this, he don't want to give that as first impression that what he's all about.
Yeah, but I don't think. But that's what I'm saying, Crypto. I think that diva Odell Beckham. I think that was the giant Odell. I don't think he just came.
Yeah, but that's because he was in his prime. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Later in his career, again, if he would have been with the Rams, then you would have seen diva Odell. If you would have seen diva Odell with the Ravens last year, then I would say, oh yeah, what he just did in this press conference is a front. Right, like he was just telling the fan. But no, I think at this stage of his career, I think he understands that he's not the number one option anymore, and I think he's good with it, bro. He talked about the balance he has in his life, and I just think he's in a real good place, and for me, that can only benefit the Miami Dolphins, bro. If he can continue to do this.
Yeah, and think about this: when he fell out of grace with Cleveland. I think he had a coming to Jesus moment because there one thing I liked about what Shaq said one time. He said he takes you could tell he buys things. He goes to stores, buy things, signs autograph. He says I do that because he goes I may have a lot right now, but all it takes is one bad decision and I could lose everything. And Odell Beckham came to grips with that term. That hey, listen, as talented as I may be talented, but at the end of the day, I'm not bigger than the Shield. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, all great talents, but they're not bigger than the actual Shield. So they could lose everything in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And that kind of humbled him. So you could see he's a little more humbled. Once you've been humbled like that, you know, I think only good things happen to those types of individuals. That you look at Tom Brady. He as much of he was a little whiny baby, but you could tell he was a humble individual when you talk to him. You know, when they talked to him, he was a humble. He never tried to, unless he was trash talking. You know, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's been humbled a little bit. So that's going to be a good thing. Who knows? Maybe Cheetah needs that coming to Jesus moment. Because
yeah. That's true.
oh man,
Maybe it's gonna take a few years for Cheetah to get to that point.
what's his expiration
Well,
date?
he's humble.
What do you think is the expiration date?
On him being humble. Yeah.
Shout out,
He'll have an
shout out,
expiration date.
shout out to my fourth FSU fan, Kevin Lee. Yeah, you done. I demoted you. Yeah, he's my fourth FSU. There's my friend Man of the Hour. There's CB83. CB83. He's my second. Crypto is my third, and you're my fourth. Aren't you? You're a Florida State fan, right?
CB 41 and a half.
And aren't you a Seminoles fan, Crypto? Or no, was that you, Rabbit Dolphin fan? You're a Seminoles fan, right?
Nah, hell no. Hell no. The goddamn hurricane shake, you know that.
Okay, yeah. A Seminole. I know. So no. On to the other topics of the day. Are you going to Houston?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Won't. That's a game I will not be missing. So,
right.
We will be going to Houston. I'm trying to go up to
the
Seattle.
Huge meet and greet.
I'll be at Buffalo week 2 in Miami. I know I said yesterday I don't know if I'm going to make the season opener against Jacksonville. I'm trying to get there too. I'm trying, you know.
It's in Miami though.
Yeah. So I know for sure I'll be up for the Thursday night week 2 against Buffalo. I'll definitely be in the building for that. But I'm trying to set it up to where, you know, because I still got family that lives out in Miami. So I think what we're gonna do is maybe set up, go out for like the week, spend the whole week out there, just stay out with my family a little bit.
Yeah.
Catch the Jacksonville game and just stay over, until basically head back Friday, maybe Friday night or Saturday, whatever, so I can be there for Thursday as well for the Buffalo game.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. But I know Buffalo, I'll be there for sure. I'm probably going to try to make that Monday night game against Tennessee week 4. And I'm pretty sure, maybe 1 or 2 other games at home, maybe. So
yeah, I'm only doing one home game, which is the I'm going to be doing the
Cardinals.
Fan club weekend. Yep, the Cardinals. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to do fan club weekend. I'm going to do fan club weekend. But I'm going to go to the Houston game. I'm going to the Colts game. Because I have a buddy of mine who we have a tradition. He's a Colts fan. We went to the Colts game in Miami, so it's only right I go to the Colts game in Indianapolis. So we'll be tied 1-1. And then I'm going to the MetLife Takeover. So this year I'm going to do more away games than home games.
Yeah, that's good.
Same
hey,
here.
Shake real quick. I just wanted to say shout out to Ali, man. That Ali is my guy. But he has lost his goddamn mind, Shake, saying I'm going to Houston because I'm a CJ Stroud Buckeye fan. Ali, again, you're my guy, Ali, but you've lost your goddamn mind.
Benjamin Lewis said he's special. That's what he said. He said he's special.
Yeah, I think he's very special.
Nah.
Oh man, it's
Save my money. Nah,
gonna
I'm
be
good, Michael K.
fun. The big meet and greet for everybody in the Miami fan base going down to Florida, going down to Houston.
Money is for
I
spending,
just
not
wish it
for
was a little
saving.
earlier in the year, though. To be honest, kind of wish it was a November game.
What's up, Benjamin Scott?
Yeah,
How
I
you
wish it
doing,
was a
brother?
November game.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But Indianapolis, I'm definitely going to Indianapolis as a buddy of mine. And of course, the MetLife takeover. I got to go at least once. That's a passage.
Damn, it's
You'll-
gonna be cold as hell.
Yeah, you're gonna
though,
like
Shake.
it. It's gonna be cold in that game, but you'll like it.
It's gonna be cold
This
as
is
hell.
gonna be the year to bundle up, man. I'm going to 4 games. Looks like three of the games is all after December 1st. I'm going to.
Yeah, I'll
but
give me a,
If
I'll
I
give
if
me a
I
nice
add
little
Matt Life
Dolphins.
to it.
I'll give me a nice Dolphins jacket.
Yeah, for sure. Crypto, you said you're going to Buffalo, right?
Yeah, the November
But I don't
3rd
think that
Buffalo
that
game.
that's probably not going to be that cold though. November 3rd, I don't
No,
think that.
no, that's
I don't.
fine. That's the reason why I'm going. Cause I don't want to get stuck
Yeah.
in Buffalo.
So
If it was
Michael K,
December, I
man,
wouldn't be going. I'm
Michael,
taking a shot though for Cleveland.
you got to meet up with Michael K then.
Who's that?
Yeah. You can warm
The
up with
Dan
Michael
Mitchell's
K.
greatest fan?
You
Is that
you
Dan
can.
Mitchell's greatest fan?
Hey, Crypto, he could put his arm around you and you could rest your head right under his like his armpit, bro.
You got me
Nice and
fucked up.
warm.
Hey,
Nice
listen.
and warm, Crypto.
Hold on.
Yeah,
This,
you got me mad. You got me fucked up.
this Crypto, this could be Crypto Michael K. Hold on. No. Here you go. This would be Crypto Michael K.
Exactly, Shake, but just a little bit lower, right under the armpit. Crypto will be nice
Yeah.
and warm the entire game.
Lewis, I lost his goddamn mind. Oh man.
I can hear it now. Put your
Damn.
head on my shoulder.
Oh man.
Baby.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I know that Cleveland game. I know I'm taking a chance on that one. I know that's definitely gonna be a cold game. It's right off the lake too. They stadium
is right off the
right
river,
on the lake.
right, Crypto? Right on the lake. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's right off the lake. Stadium right there, sitting right there, man. All it takes is one big front to come through, and they's gonna dump that stadium full of snow, man. I'm gonna be sitting there pissed off. As long as it don't snow, I'm good. I don't care if it's cold. I just don't like the freaking snow around it, because you can't drive in that shit. You can't move. That's the part I don't like. If it's cold, that's good. I can deal. I can drive in cold weather. Can't drive in snow.
Yeah. You put the heater
Yeah,
on.
that November 2nd game, Buffalo should be good. Put the heater on. They better heat them damn streets, that asphalt. You got so you getting your tickets for the fan club weekend, Lewis?
Hey,
Yeah, Crypto. Like I said, I bought my tickets for week 2 against Buffalo. One of my ex co-workers, bro, he actually my ex partner at my other job. He was he's a big Jacksonville fan, and he's gonna be coming. He wants to come up to me. We were talking about it this whole time, when I was still with the other company. We knew Jacksonville was gonna be playing Miami, so we were talking about going together. So we didn't know it was gonna be week 1, but I'm gonna see if I take him out there. He wants to kind of meet some of the guys. Yeah, he wants to meet some of the guys because I used to be on the panels when he was around, and he never really interacted, but he just thought we were funny as hell. So he kind of wants to meet some of the personalities. And
yeah, no doubt.
so
Hey, by the way,
see if he wants to come out. Yep.
Okay.
And by the way, when you go to Buffalo in November, if you sit on Michael K's lap, you can tell him what he wants for what you want for Christmas.
Yeah.
You guys are just, y'all have definitely lost your goddamn mind.
Hey, crypto. When you go out to Buffalo, make sure Michael K shows you them warlocks out there. I heard that's what the women look like out in Buffalo, New York. The warlocks.
One, I might have to bring one with me because I ain't picking up none there. The warlocks. Shit. Damn. I might have to have one fly out from Miami, Lewis. Then meet me there.
Damn.
What he say? The cold didn't affect him?
Nah.
I missed
You wish
it.
it was colder.
Oh,
In
it
other
was
words.
cold. Oh yeah. Damn. Man, the only thing I really don't like about this schedule is that I did really wanted to go to Lambeau Field for the first time, and they put it right up smack on Thanksgiving Day. There's no way you can travel on Thanksgiving Day and make it back. I'm so mad at the NFL for doing that. Like the game I wanted to finally get a chance to go to Lambeau, and they freaking put it right there on the worst travel day of the year.
Nah. Hey, and to answer Ali's question, Ali, Crypto said he's gonna go when he goes to Buffalo. He's gonna look for the biggest hot dog he can find and put it right down that pie hole.
That's no goddamn hot dogs there, anyways.
Breaking news.
They don't have
that,
food.
That is God damn.
Damn.
Go Gatos, go. Hell yeah.
The hell is Tony talking about?
Oh, the Gatos are still playing?
Yeah, today is hopefully we close it out.
Oh. I didn't.
What's that? A Cuban festival?
I didn't know they played hockey in South Florida like that, man. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I thought that was a Cuban festival.
Just like I didn't know they played baseball in Tampa.
Hey, five straight years of in the playoffs in the best division in baseball. 5 straight years.
You guys, congratulations. You're the Buffalo Bills of baseball.
Hey, whatever. We let them come up here and brag about it, so we might as well let me to brag about my Tampa Bay Rays.
Hey.
At the end of the day, the Blackhawks still own the hockey. Just want to put that out there.
Blackhawk? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the Blackhawks, they own it. Oh yeah.
Holy moly.
We just loaning it out to you guys. We you guys on borrowed time.
The Cubs. What's the expiration date on the Cubs now? Do they have an expiration date?
2080.
It's eternity. Eternity.
2080.
According to Craig Sebring, his Phillies owns the Rays.
Oh, he does?
Well, they did beat us in the World Series. I can't lie. So shout out to them boys. They did beat us. So
damn, Phillies own the Rays. Shit.
Motown Phillies.
Phillies still on borrowed time too.
But that's the next time the Cubs will win a World Series is the year 2080.
2024.
Scotty says with the new practice squad rules, do we only carry 2 QBs in the 53-man RCQ on the practice squad? I think so.
Hang on.
Yeah, I think, but Scotty, 2 years. You know what's funny? It's 3 years in a row. 2 years in a row, Mike McDaniels has carried a third quarterback. I don't know why would that change. You think that's going to change?
Yeah, he did carry a third quarterback 2 years in a row. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now he has the option not to carry one, right?
Yeah, with the emergency quarterback. He was healthy scratches,
I mean, did he have to carry one last year or no?
I think the UDFA we got Gaveston or whatever his name is. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. or not that I don't know how to pronounce it. I really don't know it. But with that being said, I think Skylar Thompson better tighten up. I know that because just watching a little film on him or whatever. You want to talk now? Now again, that kid has the strongest arm in the room, and that's including Tua, Mike White, and Skylar Thompson. That kid has the best arm in the building. Now he's not the most
I haven't
accurate.
seen enough film on.
He's not
I can't.
well. Again, he's not the most. No, I'm just talking about pure throwing of the football, Crypto. You ain't got to watch film on that. You could tell. Yeah, he's not the most accurate. He's not the most consistent. He needs a lot of work, right? But just a pure arm. When we're talking about pure arm talent,
Yes, arm talent.
oh, he has the best arm in the.
Oh, okay.
That's for damn.
So,
so I'm looking forward to the Big O making that statement. Then
so
he said
Scotty,
that about Skylar.
So according to Scotty, and thank you, Scotty, for this information. The practice squad rules have changed this year, where you can elevate a player unlimited amount of times to. So the third quarterback could be brought up each week now instead of affecting your 53-man roster. So hey, so that means a third quarter. But the thing about that is, Scotty, if you do keep a quarterback in your practice squad on the practice squad, is that quarterback still subject to being poached by another team? So let's say you know what I mean. So you lose the risk. So if you do have a good third emergency quarterback, you know what I'm saying, now all of a sudden a team gets an injury. Well, guess what? He's mine now. You know?
Yeah, good. Right. Shit.
Yeah, I think cap for life. I think me and you do got a $50 bet. I think it's $50 that Skylar makes the team or not. So yeah, we're still locked in, bro, if you want it.
Oh, that was cap for life that had that bet?
Hey, Cap for Life is the only one that had the balls enough to make that bet. So shout out to Cap for Life.
What's the bet that he's not gonna get cut?
That he's not gonna get. So he's
Yeah,
not making a practice squad, or was he?
I think we made that bet. I don't remember, but I think if Cap is bringing it up, I trust Cap. So I think we did have a bet on that. So hey, listen, man, I'm a man of my word. I honor the bet. So I think Skylar might be in trouble though.
By the UDFA guy?
By the UDFA guy, absolutely.
Oh man, that's breaking news right there.
What's his name?
Man, his name is Charlie Lufafa.
No, I'm talking about the quarterback, not the villain from Lion King.
I don't know. It just sounds like a good name.
That's like the villain from Lion King straight to DVD.
From Lion King.
Damn.
Charlie, straight to DVD. Was it bootleg DVD?
Yeah, that's it right there. That's it right there. Shake Galvin Hardson.
I gotta look. I gotta Hardson.
Well,
I gotta look him up.
The kid has, again, arm talent, just pure talent of throwing the football, arm-wise, strength-wise. Everybody wants a big arm. Well, Galvin has a strong arm. Now, how accurate he is and how consistent he can be and all that is a big unknown. And I do, listen, he has to be developed. There's no question about it. But, listen, there's no reason for me to lie. I like Tua, but Tua don't have that kind of arm that kid has. And neither does Mike White or Skylar Thompson, in my opinion. That kid coming in has the strongest arm in the building. And Jay
Lewis,
Miami,
you still there?
is asking to let me up. Hey, listen, when he comes up is when I bow out. That guy's trash.
Who?
Jay Miami. That guy's trash.
Yeah.
Damn, got the boogeyman coming up. Damn.
No,
Yeah, that's
I don't
crazy.
know. I don't know about Boogeyman.
He's from UTEP, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shake. Yes, sir.
We don't have no as long as we could just keep this roster free of Gators players, we have a
I
shot.
agree with Tony. If you let J Miami up, throw up, everybody in the chat, put up the panel killer alert. Sound the alarms. Panel killer alert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen, Crypto, say what you want about Gator players, but at least none of them had to go to therapy. Unlike a
That's
certain King
because
player.
that's probably already they finished a multiple sessions of therapy. The therapist suggested that they'll come back.
Hey, go ahead, Shake, if you want. We could drop the link, bro. We could drop
all
it.
right, Doug. That's
No
I
therapy
understand if
sessions.
I understand if Sharif come up, you're going ghost. So
Listen, there's a couple guys, right? I just got to see who comes up on the panel. There's a couple guys I'll stay for. There's a couple guys, as soon as I see them, I got to get up out of here.
yeah.
Oh man, you mean to tell me Sharif is bad? Man, Lewis, when did you change your heart on Sharif?
Crypto, you're lucky. Crypto, you're lucky. I stayed up here with this long with you up here.
God damn.
Listen, I brought up your ratings. God damn it.
Hey man, now there's a guy I could talk to all day. Ali, what's good, bro?
Not much, man. Not much. Shake, you said
Ali.
about at least Florida Gator players don't go to therapy. You're absolutely right. They go to prison instead.
Yeah, with Ohio State players.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
What Ohio State player went to? Well, maybe one of them. But what Ohio State player went to prison
one of them,
They got
recently?
that jumpsuit and the serial number, Ali.
Yeah, they're in prison.
They got that orange jumpsuit.
They're in prison, and their warden is Harbaugh.
Oh, how long did it take you to come up with that one?
2 seconds.
Oh man,
just like your corny joke.
Okay.
Oh damn. They got that orange jumpsuit, Ali.
I have no idea, bro. I have no idea.
Harbaugh had him doing hard time the last 2 years.
Okay.
Hard time. Shit.
Bro,
damn.
I can't wait. Actually, I cannot wait. You know why? Because I'm going to tell you straight up, bro. Harbaugh going to the Los Angeles Chargers, in my opinion, is the worst mistake he ever did. Because I'm going to tell you straight up, it's going to prove that he's an absolute fraud, bro. I'm going to tell you straight up. They're not going to be any better than they were.
Nothing.
They're going to do nothing, bro. They're going to be a fraud because there's no cheating now. Now there's no way he can freaking pull this off.
Oh yeah, so yeah,
There's
yeah, that's right.
NFL, bro.
No cheating. Yeah, because nobody's ever cheating in the NFL. Correct.
Not the way he did. You're absolutely right. Not the way he did. Exactly.
Hey, Ali, NFL
you mean
for
like
Harbaugh's like an old friendly glove, bro. What are you talking about?
Hey.
No, see, in college football, the calls for plays are not necessarily made through a radio. Some of it is hand signals, and that's how he cheated. In the NFL, it's going to be primarily through a radio. So
it's going to be primarily stealing hand signals.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Only if Crypto tells Shake which player got the Cubs over the hump.
I want to know what Lewis's question is. The Cubs put me to sleep. I'm sorry, caller.
I know.
Go ahead.
It wasn't. It was the goat. They finally brought the goat.
He changed his area code from St. Louis.
Yeah, wasn't that guy Hayward or something?
No. It was from the 305 to the 314 to California and then to Chicago, and that would be the Hurricane superstar, John Jay.
Yeah, so he took It took him a few years to get that stench off of him in Los Angeles. Then he went to Chicago and won.
No, actually, we won a World Series in St. Louis on his first trip.
Yeah,
his first team. Yeah.
Hey, well, let me ask the question real quick, right before everybody else comes up, because I heard Harbaugh's name came up, and now there's two of them in the NFL. If I asked you if the Miami Dolphin job was up for grabs, and both Harbaughs were available, which one are you taking?
The Ravens Harbaugh, hands down.
I would agree, Ali. I'm taking the Ravens Harbaugh as well. I'm taking John over Jim. I agree.
He's consistently puts up good, production with his teams, and he's won the Super Bowl. So that's who I'm going with 100%. John Harbaugh is just way too the other Harbaugh is just way too quirky for me. And it's not because he was a Michigan coach, but there's like different things about him I just do not like at all. So
Crypto, you said John as well. Color and shape?
Yeah.
Which one are
John.
you guys taking?
Which one? What's the question?
If the Dolphins' job was up for grabs, now we have two Harbaughs in the NFL. Let's say they were both available. Mm-hmm. Are you taking Jim Harbaugh or John Harbaugh as the next head coach of the Miami Dolphins?
I'm taking Jim. Fuck John.
Okay, you're taking Jim. That's one for Jim. Color, where are you at?
Shake just likes Jim because he wears khakis all day, just like Jim Harbaugh does.
Yeah, I'm taking
the same pair.
I know. I wear the khakis you wear, Ali.
John would.
I don't wear khakis, so you're good,
you do.
bro.
I do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I see.
I wear khakis. Okay.
Yes.
I'm taking Jim. He knows how to shoot his pow-pows. John is just boring. Like, he'll build you a good team.
Okay. I hear you.
And you'll compete. But I have a feeling he would build something just like we have, where it's just like, yeah, we might win. It's always solid.
So
it's just,
that's that I just thought it was an interesting question. So we got 3 for John, 2 for Jim. Okay. Oh yeah, I see it. I hear you.
I'd probably, if I had if I was able to take both of them, I would take John as the head and Jim as the offensive coordinator.
One thing about Jim, he can never beat. He never beat Urban. I could say.
But I think John is probably a better leader of men overall. And that's probably why he's got the Super Bowl ring and Jim doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look at all that shit. J Miami wanted me to drop the link, or us to drop the link.
Yeah.
He dropped the link and he don't come up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we get Tony.
Where's Tony at? Where's Tony at? Tony's backstage?
Tony's back there somewhere. I don't know if Shake's on his.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Damn.
What's up, Tony?
Shake, you're gatekeeping, Tony.
Yeah, Shake, you gatekeeping, bro. You been keeping backstage.
Well, Lewis,
you can gatekeep all the toxic ones, Shake Money. You can gatekeep all the toxic.
I'm just following Lewis's instructions. That's all.
Oh well, Crypto, you shouldn't be up there right now. If you should gatekeep the toxic ones, you should be the first one out of here. What's good, fellas?
Lewis told me. Lewis told me if I let you up, he's putting in his 2-week notice.
Hey, well, we're real quick, right? We gotta ask our new, not our new friend, right? Because we've been rocking with Tony now for a while. But Tony, you were just given a good nickname at the start of the show.
No.
TDT. What do you think about TDT, Tony?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. TDT. I have no idea what you're talking about, my brother.
I approve those messages, goddamn it.
I have no idea. I have no idea what y'all talking about.
Tony out there,
your own
everywhere.
Hey man,
You go get you
TDT
your
man, I
own.
like that.
You go get you your own emblem. TDT.
You know what, Crypto? I fuck with you. You could go ahead and have that one, Crypto. I'm not even gonna take credit for that. Did you come up with that name? Go ahead.
Yeah.
So Tony, I heard you in the space earlier today. Tell this audience and tell everybody that'll listen why we have no incentive whatsoever to make any kind of move whatsoever right now.
Oh, earlier. Well, I mean, I'm glad that y'all could be on YouTube where we got more civilized people. But because everybody, I guess everybody making this under the premises that we absolutely have to sign to, or we're handcuffing people or
We don't.
nothing.
We don't have to sign Tua right this
So
moment.
so we don't have to sign to it at
No.
all. Period. So this
Nope.
is what I'm the same way that we could say about extending tour and moving and manipulating the cap. We could do that if we extend Waddle. We could do that if we extend Devon Holland. If we do Jalen Phillips, we have the same maneuverability.
We could
And
do
the
that next year if Tua ends up costing more money.
exactly, that's what I'm saying. And they were like, "Oh, you put him on the franchise tag, then all correct, all over here." And now, for me personally, I wouldn't even franchise him. I would transition him, and that way we see what let's see what the market, what they willing to pay you out there, and we have an
So
opportunity.
you want the team to take the Lamar Jackson route with the transition tag, is what you're saying?
Yes, let's see what because he might think that he's worth more than what the market dictates. Because everybody is just assuming that the market is going to put him in the upper echelon, and I'm not sure the rest of the 32 or 31 teams in the league might value him as much as let's just say Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel fell in love with him, and they always say you just need that one coach or that one franchise to fall in love with you. So go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the one benefit of the transition tag is
you could match it.
he could match it, so you're not bidding against yourself.
Exactly. So I think I wouldn't have did it with Christian Wilkins because I didn't think it was worth it. But with Tua being, and this is all predicated on, listen, bro, let's be honest, what quarterback that we have out there that is an immediate upgrade or even a lateral movement. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's not just go throwing things out there like if we could just get rid of him and just bring somebody on in that's going to keep us afloat or just keep us the train moving smoothly. No. But at the same time, if you want to play, this is only predicated if he wants to play hardball. If you want to play hardball, well, let's see what you really worked out there. You know what I'm saying? If it's really out, and let's just say he balls out, right? And I know a lot of people, especially Lewis, I know he's opposed to this. But me, I'm in a mindset is I'd rather pay him the 50 to 55 a year if he earns it, and say, well, fuck it, I'll pay you the extra 5 to 10 million a year because you earned it and you proved it, rather than extend him and give him that, and he end up not being worth that money.
Right, because the alternative, we lose all of it.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, if you earned it and I gotta pay you other 10 because I called your bluff, I'd rather go that. To me, I'd rather take that route because at least I have some sort of security and some sort of consistency of you. Okay, you gave me 2 years in a row. You was healthy. You still was in an upper echelon, and maybe hey, you give us a playoff win or maybe 2. At that point, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm cool with biting that bullet of the 55, or even let's just say it goes up and somebody get the 60 million, which I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? But I'd rather pay.
Well, that was going to be my next question for the people that think it's going to hurt us on the back end. How much more do you really think it hurts us? Because I'm not convinced it'll be any more than $5 or $10 million extra if he ends up balling out. You know what I mean? And to be honest with you, 55 today is already ridiculously over what anybody else has been making. So, earn it.
I mean, even if we franchise tag him, to be honest, the main one, it's $42 million. I looked at what the projected amount would be. So,
which is, and if to that, Ali, right? And Cap said this first. Okay, you add in the 23 million this year, and then you add the 40. If it's 42, you can understand what we're looking at 65 over 2 years. What that is, 32 and a half.
Exactly.
That's still cheaper than 40 and 50 million a year. But people is not looking at it in that way. You can understand?
No. I mean, everyone thinks everybody thinks that everything that's holding anything up is what what Tua is about to make. And listen, if they pay him, they pay him. Rock and roll. But
$5 million without re-signing him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the only
difference is you can kick that money down the road, so at the first two, let's just say the first 2 years, it could be way less than the 30 or the 42 that's guaranteed.
Right.
That's the only thing alternative, trade-off there.
Right. That's the bonus to it.
The only thing I would say that I don't like in the Tony scenario, right? Because I get it. You could 2 years, 65 million, like 33 a year. I get all that. But it would be virtually 33 just for 1 year, right? Like the franchise tag. See, if I'm looking at it, I think everybody again gets caught up on what's going to be 50, 55 million. Yeah, those are just fluff numbers that
that's not guaranteed.
They want to get the fan base excited. I would much rather give, like today, Tua Tagovailoa the exact Jared Goff contract. Because if I get 170 of that million, now I got Tua virtually locked up for 4 years at 42.5 million. That sounds way better because I get them for 4 years instead of having them for
2 years.
9 less million, but for only for 1 year. The math don't add up to me in that aspect.
Well, it's only predicated if he's playing hardball, is what I'm saying. If he's going to play hardball and he's don't stand firm on that 50 million plus a year. Now, okay, let me make this clear before I go forward. I'm talking about 50 million guaranteed. If that contract says 58 million a year, but only 100 and let's just say he got 185 guaranteed, I'm taking that all day. I don't care what that other one say because he's not guaranteed. That's not guaranteed. He has to meet some marks to get that extra money, which means he's essentially earning that money. You get what I'm saying? So let me get that clear when I say these numbers out. As far as
according to the reports, that is precisely what the holdup is right now. Is the incentives or the bonuses, let's say.
Right. Which I think, and you know, it just for me as I'm a fan of the logo. So for me, I think that's a smart way of going by it because I don't care how much you love this guy, how much you think his potential is, what you think his projections are going to be, and all that. We cannot erase history. We can't forget about it. You understand? So that has to tie in, and consistency goes all through. Not only on your play on the field, it go with your health, it go with your off-field issues, it go with whatever your projections is. That consistency has to be clear all over the board. And the one thing that I say, he improved in everything every season. You know what I'm saying? Consistently for 4 years straight, but he hasn't been healthy for 4 years straight. Actually, you could take that all the way back to his college. He has not been healthy only 1 year. So that's the only thing that I would like. Listen, that's the one thing that put them incentives in and say, yo, your projections are looking pretty good, but that health we don't have. We don't got nothing to gauge upon just by 1 year. You can't do that. Me personally.
And I kind of think that the Dolphins are using that as their leverage because, to be honest, you showed it for 1 year. What's to say that next year an Aaron Rodgers situation happens to you? You know what I mean?
Well,
right off the bat.
Again, that's what I didn't want to say just bonuses earlier. It's bonuses that can only be met if he were to stay healthy all year.
Yeah.
So they're the type of bonuses that are like, look, you got to get this amount of yardage. Well, we all know if you're missing 2 games, you're not going to get that kind of yardage. You know what I mean? So it's tied
the bonus I want him.
You know what I mean?
The bonus I want in the contract, and you guys can laugh at me when I say this, they should put it in there that, you'll get much more pay if you start winning playoff games.
Well, again, the concern is
I'm just kidding, but not really.
They're using bonuses to protect them from the injuries. You know what I mean? But the concern
those type of things are in bonuses, Ali.
Really? I didn't think the playoff games were in there. I know, if you got so many touchdowns and yardage,
no,
and stuff like that.
I think
I know they get playoff checks too. Don't they get playoff checks?
Well, you do. You get kind of bonus, but I was thinking it as part of your contract.
They can bonus anything.
Hold on, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the Jonathan Taylor one. the Saquon Barkley. Go look at his contract. Part of his incentives was to make the playoffs. Another one was to win a playoff game. That was part of his incentives. So
I didn't know that. I have to.
yes,
I didn't.
go look at Saquon Barkley's the not the one with that he signed this year where he went to Philly. The one when they gave him that 1-year deal to stay in New England. I mean to the Giants.
Giants,
Yes,
yeah.
go look at that.
I didn't know that, Tony. I always thought it had to do strictly about statistics, not necessarily about like certain wins in like with the playoffs and whatnot. You know, I thought it was just like straight up yardage and touchdowns and
to your credit, that was my first time that I actually seen a contract come out and they exposed some of those things to the public as like, okay, these incentives. This is some of the incentives that is based upon. So I'm like, okay, cool. I wouldn't mind doing something like that, because that, like I said earlier, that means you are essentially earning that extra money that you're asking for. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't mind that kind of stuff being in there.
Right, and the Dolphins are trying to work it, like I was saying, that look, it's tied to injuries. It's like they're not saying, hey, play this many games or be healthy this many games. They're saying, hey, we want you to get 4,900 yards passing. You know what I mean? Well, that's tied into staying healthy because you're not going to get 4,900 yards if you're not healthy, if you don't stay healthy.
Yeah, but so is there any truth to the injury clause? I heard that was one of the major reasons.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're not reporting it like there's an injury clause. They're saying bonuses, but in order to protect themselves from injuries. So, like I said, they're trying to make bonuses that are like impossible to meet unless you play
if you're not healthy
to 17 games. You know what I mean?
Okay, if you're not healthy a full season, I mean, if you get 4,900 yards and you only play 12 games, then you essentially earned it.
Right,
anyway.
You're likely not going to get that much yardage on 12 games. Right, right.
Hey, I want to address two things in the chat. Number one, Cat for Life. I don't know if you could Blue Wrench, you could mod him, Cat for Life. Or you could you gotta wait till you see El Capitan live.
I can say that we only demodded him because he's got the fattest finger in the community.
Okay,
I heard he had a quick finger, man. Hey, Cap, you got to
you talking about he pocket time out.
Yeah, he pocket bans everybody.
Okay,
but if he got it phone in the timeout is better, you know. Well, maybe we'll try it again. I'll give it to him.
And then shout out to Timothy Washington. Are you related to any of the Washington receivers that we drafted? Just asking.
Malik or Taj, either or.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think and I mean, I'm not too worried about him not showing up for voluntary. I think it was Lewis said it earlier, and I said it on the stream, and I said it earlier when we was in Spaces. Like nobody took into consideration the fact that maybe it could be because he's traveling to California back and forth with his own personal quarterback QB coach. Like maybe that's the reason why he skipped it this year. You know what I mean? So. Instead of just automatic jumping to a conclusion that it's okay, he must be holding out because of contract disputes. I mean, maybe we should just wait till it play out.
Yeah.
Because Jesus Christ, it's if you look at the timelines and all of the YouTubes, it's like it's a foregone conclusion that he's holding out. That like you got people calling out the Tourniers and you got the people declaring that the Tour haters got what they want already. And I'm like, bro, because he's in short for voluntary minicamp. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy out there.
And like I said, one thing I said is, look, this is his third year, and it's like the first 2 years of he participated in voluntary. That's because he's learning a system. This is his third year. I don't think he needs too much learning of the system.
Right.
His third year.
He can focus more on his mechanics, more on his escapability. Maybe trying to build his speed up a little bit more. His agility, manipulating the pocket.
Just because he's not in camp working on his craft doesn't mean he's not working on his craft. Period.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Steak. I mean, you think about it.
What kind of a shitty service is that I gotta pay him to fly to him. He needs to get a different company, man.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Well, we
That's
don't know
fine.
that. You know, I mean,
You know, it is kind of how do I put this? It is like I think a lot of people are just taking it overboard because you think about it. Most of Tua's workouts and drills that he's been working on and people he's worked with, we've seen little glimpses of it on Twitter that's posted by Perform and other people he's worked with, right? So we can already see he's putting in work. And who's to say Miami hasn't seen that and they're probably already told him or his representatives that, hey, keep doing what you're doing. That's what we wanted you to work on. So
Yeah,
it's voluntary.
correct.
It's not like he's required to be
I
there.
already think, Ali, that's a good point. I already thought that he went out and proactively did that because he assumed that was going to be one of the measures, like if they were going to try to do a Kyler Murray to him and put that in his contract, then he's already done it. You know what I mean?
Well, I wasn't referencing the Kyle Murray situation regarding
I
like
know
putting
you
in the
weren't.
work or
I know
whatever.
you weren't. I am right now.
I guess I see what you mean, but
Like
what
he
I'm
was
saying
getting that
is,
off at the pass. Like, look at me, I'm getting a quarterback. I'm trying to make myself better so he could take that off the table right away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely hear you, and I personally think that's I think he puts in so much work already that probably the stuff that they're going to be doing for the voluntary workouts is pretty much stuff he's already doing. So that's why they're like, doesn't matter.
If you cleaned your room before your mom got home and you went up to your mom and you were like wagging your finger. If you thought I wasn't going to clean my room,
Yeah. And the other thing is, this is the third year he's under Mike McDaniel's system. I think he knows the system enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think he really needs another year of, all right, we're going to teach you guys the basics. I mean, I don't think they're going to do that again.
I don't know, bro. Maybe not the basics of Mike McDaniel's system, but the basics of quarterbacking, he's still got one more thing.
Well, I was talking about Mike McDaniel's system in the plays. I didn't necessarily mean the technique side of it, but that's why he's going to an actual quarterback coach.
Right.
And that's why he's brought in.
The point I was making about Mike White, though, Ali. You got a guy that when you look at his actual numbers, the dude threw for 300 yards a game with the Jets.
Here is something I am kind of. I am worried about one thing, though.
Now, hold on. Let me finish. This is his second year in the Mike McDaniel system too, so I don't think that they're paranoid about the hardball. If that's what ends up happening.
I definitely agree with that. But I want to point something out that Tony said. Tony, you said that he's flying out to LA to work with his quarterbacks coach. Is that what you said earlier?
You said it's possible.
Yeah. I said it's possible that he could be.
Okay,
that's
interesting. And this could be really bad at the same time. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
So I just thought about this. Wasn't it what's his name? The quarterback of Pittsburgh, Wilson. I can't think of his name now.
Which one?
Russell Wilson.
Can you pick it?
Russell Wilson. Wasn't it Russell Wilson when he got signed by Denver? He was actually in Los Angeles working out with coaches.
I'm not sure about that.
How'd that work out for him, Ali?
Oh no, wait,
that was my point. So that's why I'm kind of like, oh god.
No, but before you say that wasn't. But his thing was, even when the season started, he still was dissing himself and doing workouts on his own while on the plane going back, so it wasn't about his off-season workout. It was once he got in season, his hold off, he was standoffish, he was
his inability to bond with his receiving core and his teammates.
So it wasn't
okay, so that happened during the season, because I know they were in Los Angeles and he was supposed to be with Denver. That's what kind of threw me off there for a moment.
Well, can I just have one question real quick?
Hold on. Before you ask your question, I just want to say it was nice talking to you. Lou Fred is up here. Hey,
yeah. I'll be getting up out of here.
I've been waiting my turn, Shake.
Before you do, before KP goes, I just want to point out the color. There's some services are worth flying for. Ask Robert Kraft. He used to fly to Jupiter for his services.
Well, KP, listen, KP, I'm gonna be getting up out of here. I just want to see.
Jump ahead, Lou. Go ahead. I defer to you, though. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna get up out of here anyway. I
gotta go watch these gatos, Lewis.
Absolutely, I'm gonna go watch these gatos. But real quick, we're talking about Tua possibly holding out because he didn't show up to voluntary minicamp. And it's a valid question. Does anybody know if Javon Holland has reported to voluntary minicamp? Because he's also under a contract extension. And
what about Skyler?
Good point.
And if
Mike
he's
White?
not there at voluntary minicamp, are we in a situation where Javon Holland could be possibly holding out? If that's what we're going to talk about,
Right.
I'm just asking.
Well, okay, I got
both
2
have
points.
the same
Before we,
age.
Good point,
Go
Lou.
ahead, KP.
Yes.
before we move on to any other player, let's stick to this Tua issue though, because listen,
Well,
there's 2 points here. Number one, we're the same people who championed Tua's 2 years ago and last year his work off the field, outside of practice, to build up a relationship with Tyreek and Waddle and those other guys, right?
no, we are not. No, we're not the same people that did that. I don't
Oh,
think.
well, there were
I'm
some
not.
people. Okay, well, you may not be, but there were some people who talked about, Tua putting in this extra work and that it paid off, and we saw the results of that and all that. So I'm saying, on one hand, if you're going to celebrate him for putting in that extra time, let's not make excuses of him for not now showing up on a voluntary workout. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think we're being a little bit overly optimistic in suggesting that he's working hard elsewhere on his own. I mean, it's a very generous belief or faith in what he's doing out there. And damn it, I forgot my second point. This Friday.
And
Goddamn it.
You got to stay out of that cabinet, goddammit. Stay out
Can
of
I
that
get my
cabinet.
KP, but KP, so is he or is he not working with a quarterback coach?
Well, yeah, that's been reported. I mean,
Okay, cool. All right.
Hey, can I give my touch on, man, to needing to be in voluntary, bro?
The floor is yours, bro.
Yeah, go ahead. As long
Okay.
as you don't be bullying
Yeah.
Lewis.
Me myself, man. I think the guy should be involuntary minicamp. I don't think it's a question of already knowing the offense and stuff like that. I think it's more of a matter of staying sharp, man. Just staying sharp.
He
Getting
can't stay
time
sharp
with
with his
you.
quarterback coach. How do that make sense?
But
if I'm not mistaken,
man.
What
Just
the?
you need to stay sharp with them. Okay, you need the offense. You know the offense. I mean, but it's a matter of you still need to stay sharp, man.
Isn't that's the reason that he's working with a fucking QB coach to stay sharp and sharpen up his mechanics in his dome?
I bet you Braxton Berrios wants him. I bet you Braxton Berrios wants him there. Get some timing with Berrios.
Receivers working with that quarterback coach? Is he throwing with his wide receivers? Is he throwing to his wide receivers working with that coach?
He got all offseason to do that. This is why it's voluntary. He has off. You act like because he's not showing up. They don't have the whole mini camp. They don't have the whole training camp to get to build that. Last time I checked, those was way longer than the mini camps.
And you asking for this money, man. You about to ask for this money. I think,
Fred,
man,
that's the main point, Fred.
When you do stuff like that, man, you're the leader, bro. You getting that kind of money, man. You telling guys where to go. You know what I'm saying? Get set, get ready. You know what I'm saying? And
that's not
man,
what they working on.
Hold on. Let's not make the mistake of suggesting that this is a product of the Miami fan base or the Tua haters who are coming up with this theory. This is being reported. This was supposedly said on NFL Live by Adam Schefter. And what was suggested?
No one had pulled it up by Adam Schefter yet.
It's reported. It's reported that it happened. And listen,
okay, but don't say about Adam Schefter.
Well, that's what the report I read said. I can give you the link.
Come on, now. I follow.
You know what I'm saying?
I went and looked.
But what I'm suggesting is, don't pretend that this is the Miami fan base bringing this point up. The point is being suggested that the stalemate in signing Tua has spilled over. It may be right, it may be wrong, but all I'm saying is don't attribute this as just theorization by Tua haters.
Nobody said that though. No one said that. We said how about before jumping to conclusion, maybe it's because he's working with his QB coach. That could be a reason as well. Nobody's saying that yours was incorrect. I'm just saying that everybody has already said it's a foregone conclusion. he's going to hold out because this is the reason why, because he's not at voluntary minicamp. I'm like, let's not act like this isn't the first season that he got his own personal QB coach. And the last time I checked, most of the quarterbacks that work with their personal QB coach, they don't show up for voluntary minicamp either.
Hey, Tom,
if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first year.
Hey, Tom, was he? Let me say, you said he was practicing with his wide receivers, right? During the off season, he was throwing to them, right?
Hey, you never heard me say, Fred. Where you get this from?
I thought I heard you say he had all off season to train and throw to his wide receivers.
I said he has, which is in the present and the future. He has all off season to do that. Like, why we acting like they already went through training camp? They already went through preseason. Why we acting like all that stuff is gone already? This is one camp.
I think the boy don't need to miss nothing. Voluntary.
You just called a grown man a boy. First of
all that. I think the boy need to be in all that.
But why you think?
Well, compared to Fred, he is a boy.
Well, you know what I mean. Shit.
I'm just saying. But do you think he's worried about what the fans are thinking? You don't never know. Or maybe he's doing what's better for himself. Improving his mechanics, improving his technique, improving his movability, his agility. Maybe that's more important than going to somewhere where you're not even inputting anything. You're not inputting anything in minicamp. The most thing that they doing are learning that playbook. They probably handing everybody their playbook. And we already know Tua had that for 2 years straight. So please stop making it bigger than what it is. Now, when it start going to training camp and all that stuff and it happen, by all means, y'all have free run with it because now you have proof. But for this right here, to make it seem like it's this big deal that we're not even 100% sure, and this is what I'm saying, KP, people are already making it seem like, oh, he should be doing it. This is bad for them because you can't miss nothing. Why? He already got everything he needs. The reason that they showing up for this mini camp. So why he need to show up?
I agree that it could be totally overblown and much ado about nothing.
Real quick. Focus on the word volunteer. Don't lose sight of the word
I'd like
volunteer.
to clarify that so we are all speaking facts here, because there are some in the chat that are basically discounting the report and saying that voluntary camp workouts haven't even started and all that. I have found the source of the original report is Jonathan Jones at CBS Sports, and the headline reads, Tua Tagovailoa has been mostly absent from Dolphins activities as Miami QB looks for next big contract. And in the midsection of the article, it reads, the Dolphins don't have to reach a deal with Tua this offseason. They have the franchise tag in 2025. Though it's projected to cost more than $40 million. Like many players before him, Tua is seemingly using his absence from voluntary work as leverage for a new deal. He did not show up to the franchise early during off-season work, and the team captured him on the field on April 19th. But how long he's willing to stay away is unclear.
So that means he's at least showing up there. He's just not participating in activities. Okay, cool.
Well, and Tony, you and everybody else have the right to think the best of the situation, right? I'm not saying you're wrong because I don't know.
Jumping to conclusions. I'm not
right. Well, I'm right. That's my point. I'm not. Who knows? None of us know really what's really going on, right? But
correct.
This is, you best believe that if reporters are putting this out there, that they are smelling something in the air. Something that may not manifest to be anything.
Smoke is fire. I will give you that. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's holding out or, Greer has turned him.
Right. And of course, to protect themselves, they're going to use words like seemingly and stuff like that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And I just want to make it clear, this ain't KP coming up with this, Mr. Negative, Fred, Crypto, and none of us are generating this theory because that's what the Jermaines of the world and all them other homosexuals are going to try to make it seem like.
You're right to point that out because that is the narrative that it's just spun out of whole cloth by Tua haters, and that's not what happened.
No.
Tua haters might be running with it a little deeper than they should, but they're not the ones that spun it.
Hey, we might be down on our knees praying that it's true. Hold out, goddammit.
Hey, look. I'm just saying. Hey, KP, I'm just saying, man. If it's true or not, you know what I'm saying. I think the man ought to be even in involuntary mini camp, bro. Just you know what I'm saying. Just show up, bro. You ain't got to participate.
But it
just
says
show
that
up,
he
man.
is showing up. He's just not participating. That's exactly what the report said. Literally what it just said, Fred.
Absolutely. It's a negotiation tactic from him and his team. They're playing hardball with the Dolphins. They're saying, Dolphins, you're going to risk us not having our great, talented Tua. That's what they're basically doing. They're playing
Well,
negotiation.
KP, when does this tug of war expire? I want an expiration on the tug of war.
What's the expiration date?
It is
2080.
Carnation crypto. It doesn't expire.
Oh, it doesn't expire. What if you open the can though?
Maybe if you open the can.
If you open the can. Right. As long as you don't open that can, you couldn't go.
Hey, look, maybe somebody can fill me in on something with this. If he does hold out, you know, of course I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just asking, if he does hold out, is he susceptible to fines, man?
Yes. When the game starts, though.
Well, and not voluntary, but if he's doing this in mandatory, then yeah,
like
right.
20 grand or something.
The mandatory.
So every day he show up, he's fine. He's susceptible to the fine. Whatever he's due for whatever he show up, they can fine him for that amount.
Well, he doesn't show up. That's why they've been like, for instance, Christian Wilkins. He like mandatory last year. He was going to camp. He was holding in. So he would show up, but he wouldn't do any activities.
He wasn't participating. Yes.
Oh, so they was good with that. He didn't get fined for that.
No,
it's
because
when you don't show up. Yeah, when you don't show up, that's when you get fined.
Okay.
Well, they really showed Christian Wilkins, didn't they?
They did. That's why he's not. That's why he's going in Las Vegas.
Yeah, they really showed him.
Yes, they did. That's why he's in Las Vegas right now.
They did.
That's exactly why he's in Las Vegas.
He could be a Power Ranger somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my God, man. We have the Raiders on the season, don't
we? Yeah. Listen, the only talent that Christian Wilkins has, he knew how to do a split.
Damn.
That's it.
Oh man.
He's only worked a split.
Hey, listen, man.
Hey, we have the Raiders on the schedule, right?
Yes, Fred, we do.
Yeah, they on the schedule.
Hey, man, let me ask this, man. Let me ask. I got, and I might be far out there, man. This might be out there a little bit, man. But, like last year, maybe even the year before that, man. How I would hear like the defense, like training camp, whatever. Like they would have their way with the offense, man. You think Christian Wilkins was having his way with most of our offensive linemen, bro?
No, because he wasn't participating.
The only person he was having his way with was Josh Allen.
Yes.
He wasn't participating.
Like I said, man, this goes back 2 years ago. So the year before last, yeah, man. Yeah, he was eating up our offensive linemen, and we pretty much still got the same guys up front.
Well, that's not necessarily true. He wasn't necessarily eating up all the offensive linemen 2 years ago. They was going back and forth. It wasn't like he was just dominating like that. No, of course not. He listen, this season, let's be realistic. This season was only the one that you want to consider a dominating performance based on his sack totals. But no, he wasn't this guy to hold. This is why they had the dispute about not paying him, because he wasn't this guy to hold. This is what the whole thing, right? Yo, go prove to us that you can do more. He was a great tackler. He could tackle. You could stop the run. A very high energy player. You could count on him. Very durable. He's in there for 3 plays, 3 downs. So yeah, he had all that. But he does not act like he was dominating the league. He wasn't, bro. Like I don't get it. Like I get it. He had on the
And
Dolphins.
by
But
the
he was,
way,
but
all
he was
these
all,
people
No, he
but
wasn't
he
asking us
was,
to
dominating the
report,
league.
he
all
was,
these people
but,
asking
Far
us
from
to
that.
report about Javon Holland's participation. It's not the tongue in cheek and gotcha that you think it is, because there's no way to know. Nobody is reporting one way or another whether he was. The reason we're talking about Tua is because the news is reporting about Tua.
Right.
If you go look up on Google, was Javon Holland at voluntary camp? The only results you get are
Empty
Tua
script.
wasn't at voluntary camp. So
And
if
nobody
you've got
else,
the
right, Color?
Dolphins
You can
phone
find
number, you can call them for us, and we will report whether Javon Holland's been at voluntary workouts now. If somebody can call the Miami Dolphins and find out, because the news is simply not reporting whether he was or not.
correct. And I don't
You
think
get
it's
it.
reporting
You
on
get
any
it.
other player either.
It's not. You're gonna
Right.
get an
and
error.
And that's because
what's
no
your,
other player commands the news. Like,
Right.
you know what
Correct.
I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we're
So
talking about a third of our salary here and the guy holding out for it. So that's why it's news. So it's not the gotcha that everybody thinks it is to say, oh, you're not talking about Javon Holland and whether he was at work. That's because nobody's reporting it. If
It's an
somebody
error
told me he
404
wasn't, I'd
message.
be talking about it right now.
Yeah.
That,
I know for me, I wasn't trying to get anybody. I was just asking a general question, like
No, I
if
didn't even know.
anybody
I
had.
didn't even realize you put it. You said it. I was talking about other people in the chat. Like everybody's like,
Yeah.
"Why ain't you talking about Javon Holland and whether he was
Oh
there?"
well.
It's like because we don't know.
See, yeah, I wasn't even looking at the chat. I was just asking if anybody had, we're all Dolphin fans. We all talk to different people. I didn't know if he had showed up because, again, just talking about the Tua situation, right, which is valid. Javon Holland is the one that, for me. Again, this is his last year. At least Tua, we can franchise him. We could do. Javon Holland, I don't know if we're going to
Right.
franchise. We're using a franchise tag on Javon Holland. I don't think that's right. Like,
yeah, I think that
is there a
ship has sailed.
possibility that Javon Holland holds out? It was just the only thing I was asking.
Yeah, no. I think you're good. You're spot on for asking that because they both use the same agent.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, Color. And I hear everybody saying how this agency and all their players are breaking the bank. And I'm gonna go right back to what me and Lewis been telling
That's what they've been trying to do. Yeah, right.
all you people the whole time. All y'all are looking at that big number. Oh, 4 years, $200 and something million. 4 years, $190 million. And everybody is completely ignoring the guaranteed money. Can none of y'all show me where they broke the bank on guaranteed money?
Facts.
None. Nobody in that count. They make
You
it
talking about
look
the
so
guarantee is
nice
wrong, right?
to throw out that 53. Oh, he got 53 million. Well, last time I checked, it was only 42 and a half that was guaranteed.
Right.
So y'all
Right.
$11 million
Yeah.
off.
I'd like to answer this
Right.
really quick.
They
Steve
like
May
the bigger
asks, has
number.
it been reported that Tua is not there because of the contract, or is it simply media speculation? And according to the original source, which I just read, CBS Sports, Jonathan Jones, I think his name is, he said seemingly using it as leverage. So it is media speculation, but it has been reported that he's not there. But whether it's because of the contract, that has the guy used the word seemingly. It is speculation. So I want to point that out. That Steve, you're correct to answer that or to ask that question because the guy did speculate. He did say seemingly using it as leverage. He doesn't know. The guy that broke this news doesn't know whether it's because of the contract or not.
But he most definitely knew that it was going to take off because of Tua.
Of course,
Exactly.
of course. And he's probably right to speculate what it's about, but he doesn't know. That nothing in that article told me that he was, making a definitive statement like that. You know what I mean? He explicitly used the word seemingly.
All right, we interrupt this for news brief. Now, see, Color, you just don't know where to go for Google. I've been, since I did this, I've been practicing my Google game. So I did an extensive search. You know what I'm saying? Was Javon Holland at minicamp, and they showed me this footage. Apparently, he was giving his cat a bath, so he wasn't at minicamp.
Oh my God!
Man, you're right. I need to up my Google game. Man. That's
God.
Is that a bald cat?
Yeah. Giving his cat a bath. It's it's hot this summer, bro. He's got to make sure his cat is cooling off.
Oh man!
Oh my God! Yeah, that's it.
There you go. Now y'all have
the mini camp.
Apparently, Javon Holland wasn't there either.
Right, y'all got your answer. Oh man, that was a good one. Damn.
Well, fellas, Shake,
he was busy.
Hey, appreciate y'all for having me on. About to go up here and enjoy these tacos, man. I'll talk to y'all good fellas.
Yeah.
Lewis, I'm gonna hit you up later, Lewis. Crypto. Let me know.
Yeah.
Let me know, man. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna text you the number. Let me know when you get done with the panel.
All right. Okay. Cool.
All right. Boy, be easy.
All right.
So, how do you guys know if Miami's not happy with the fact that Tua's losing weight and going to be more fragile?
Goodness, that's
a good question.
You keeping up with his diet?
I'm just wondering where that widget is that everybody's using tracking his weight, man. I want that.
That's what TD Fraudstock was talking about today. That he's down to like 220 pounds.
No, I heard the same thing a week or so back.
And by the way, did you?
What's wrong with that size?
Hey, by the way, did Michael K? Did you make a burner account saying TD Fraudstock?
No, but that's where I got it from. I think it's great. I wish I would have thought of that one.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was you, man. I was telling him good morning and everything.
No. No, I wish.
Yeah,
no.
I was responding to him as Michael K.
No, I wish I did fucking think of that one though. That's great.
Well, he must have thought it was you too, because he was being cool to the guy.
No, he doesn't like me. He blocked me. He blocked two aside from his. I got the first full-time ban on his show, according to him.
Who blocked you, Michael K?
What's that?
Who blocked you?
TD.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
That was I don't know. Dan Mitchell blocked you.
Oh yeah, he blocks me all the time. I'll probably be in jail on the week 9.
Hey, Fred, why weren't you on Pete? Why weren't you on Pete's show today, Fred?
Because Lou, you know what, man? Check it out, Lou. I woke up a little late, but I went to go listen to Pete and Color, and tell you the truth, man, Pete was way out there on, with the Jets. And I was like, oh nah, I can't even take this. I wanted to go up, Lou, but I was like, nah, Peter's really oh man, I can't do that. I can't do it with him today.
Well, yeah, I started to say, well, Marcus.
Damn, he's gonna put you back on probation, Fred.
You know what, Fred? I'm gonna be honest with you, Fred. That was the smartest thing I've ever heard you say since the time I've known you.
And like I said, Lou, I was just waking up. Oh shit, Pete on. So I checked it out a little bit, man. Then I heard him saying what was going to happen with the Jets. In Color. I was like, I can't do it.
Who was the new guy on there? I heard. What was his name? It was a different guy that don't normally come on panels that was up there.
Oh, you talking about that guy? He goes by Pretty Guy, and now he's called Nacho something. Let me tell you something. That guy's a fucking idiot.
Oh yeah,
he's a fucking idiot. Is what he is.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on now, Jose. There ain't nothing else. It's May 17th. What else content is there to talk about, bro? Besides, you've been on Twitter talking about it all day. Don't lie.
Fred, ironically, we're voluntarily talking about Tua not being voluntary. at voluntary camp. There we go. We're
Well, you know what that tells. You know what that tells me. That tells me he thinks that he doesn't have to progress any further in his career. And let me tell you why.
He thinks he's arrived.
Yeah, he thinks he's arrived. But who in their right mind would think that a personal quarterback coach has more intelligence than a staff quarterback coach that actually knows the playbook? Because I guarantee there's not one personal quarterback coach that knows the playbook. So what's he actually working on that he couldn't have worked on when OTAs weren't happening, or team functions weren't happening?
The stuff that the staff quarterback coach isn't paid to coach people on, because he's an organization coach. He's not a personal coach.
What is that? He's still. It's not like he's got 4 or 5 guys he's got to teach color. He's got 2, maybe 3.
Right, but it's not a matter of having more guys to teach. It's a matter of his contract doesn't say you are to teach these particular skills. He's an organizational staff coach paid on a contract. Then his contract spells out what he is to not and is not to do.
So, I don't know. I think the title of quarterback coach kind of gives it away.
Yeah, but again, you can coach, but not that. Again, it's just a matter of a role. It's not a, you know what I mean?
No. Hey, Color, let me
Tua has a personal QB coach now. Not a. To Color's point, the organizational coach is there to coach him. Yes, during the season and shit. But during the off season, that guy's not obligated to coach Tua and things that Tua wants to work.
Well,
he's expected to already know, Michael. Okay, let me just say it.
Well, and I know, and I understand
organizational coach isn't there to coach him on things he's already supposed to know.
Right.
If he doesn't know those things, then he's got to get a personal coach to learn those things.
Well,
but real quick, Michael K. You know what? Let me. I'm gonna stick up for Michael K. a little bit, because at the end of the day, I don't. What he's saying is how he feels, because he was bitching the same thing about Josh Allen last year, not showing the voluntary minicamp, and he started.
No, he shows up. Allen, no, Shake. No. Allen always shows up.
I'm talking about you. He wasn't training like you said he was.
You were saying something about him taking too much golf time. Wasn't you saying that, Michael K?
Yeah, hold on. I don't like when people put words in my mouth or get what I say mixed up.
Okay.
When there's team activity.
By the way, you do a good job of that with us. But go ahead.
No. I just tell you what you should be saying. I correct you when you're wrong.
No, you put words in our mouth. Go ahead.
So how much?
No, hold on.
So how much loafers was he stuffing in his mouth?
Fucking God. Are you done?
That's crazy.
If there is team activities, Josh Allen is there. He never skips them. He does not show up. It's none of that crap. My issue is when there's no team activities, he doesn't go out to Jordan Palmer that he was invited to and work on his skill. He doesn't do it. But when the Bills are in the facility, Josh Allen is there. That's all I'm saying. But Tua, go ahead, Fred.
Hey, Shake.
Hold on. Let Michael K. finish what he's saying. Go ahead.
I did finish because Fred was going. I'm just saying that the OTAs, Tua not being there is pretty concerning, because he thinks that he's reached his potential. He doesn't think he can get any better.
No, it's not. Stop, Michael K. You're reaching, bro. Stop.
What is it then?
So,
no offense, but what is it?
So because a voluntary workouts, they think they reached their potential. That's what you mean to tell me. So all 53 players of Buffalo is at voluntary minicamp.
The only one that wasn't last year. All 91 players. Let's get it. All 91 players, with the exception of Diggs, was there.
Right. So Diggs is not training to get better. You think he just reached an ultimate level? So if he goes and trains somewhere else, that doesn't matter. Or, I mean, maybe the player has a vacation. If there's a death in the family, who knows? It's voluntary.
Well, and I understand that, but don't sit there
and say but Michael K. I mean, honestly, okay, you can say it's a concern, but to come out and say that he's not there or a player is not there because they think they've reached their potential. Bro, that's reaching, bro. You know, you're better than that, Michael K. Like, come on, man.
It's not reaching. Well, you're acting like they're going on vacation when they already know the dates of the OTAs. You know what I mean? You're acting like, oh no, I'm on vacation.
Right. I know the dates of the OTAs, mandatory OTAs, not voluntary.
Well, those are posted as well. So it's not like.
And again, if someone told me, hey, like put it like this, I'm part of the Fins Tailgate Network, right, Michael K? If they tell me, hey, we're having a meeting, right, and it's important, it's mandatory, I'm gonna have my happy ass here because I fuck with the guys and I'm part of the team. But if they tell me, hey, we're gonna have a meeting, basically we're just gonna be shooting the shit and it's voluntary, don't worry, if you want to show up, you show up. I guarantee you I'm probably not gonna show up.
Oh no, and that's your prerogative. But what kind of a leader? If you're supposed to be a leader of the team, hold on. If you're supposed to be a leader of the team, what does that show?
What it shows that it's voluntary.
Right. Well, it's voluntary. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it shows.
Yeah, it shows that it's voluntary. But well, all right. Then why does Josh Allen go to all the voluntaries? And Sean's absolutely wrong. By the way, because I see you left that up there, Shake. Josh Allen hasn't been with Jordan Palmer.
Michael K. Weren't you out here complaining last year that Josh Allen wasn't working in the building? He was at golf tournaments and shit. Wasn't that you?
Never said that. Never said that, Lewis.
No, are we gonna
never said anything? Never said anything about. Hold on, I never said anything about in the building.
Michael K. Michael K. What happened last year with Josh Allen? I believe his ex-girlfriend or wife or something like that.
The succubus.
The succubus, yeah. What about her?
Yeah. What was that situation? Because I could have swore you were up here last year and saying instead of him going out on red carpets and playing in golf tournaments, he should be practicing his craft. You want me to believe that you didn't say that? I mean, I remember you saying.
Hold on, Lewis. Yeah, I did say that, but I never once said.
I was wondering real quick, Michael K. How long is the succubus?
No, that's a succubus is just somebody that takes the life out of you. It's like Sharif. It's like Sharif up here on the
short succubus.
Yeah, well, not anymore. She's longer now that she got all that money from Allen. She got new tits. I never once.
You didn't
hold on, but Lewis, I never once said that he didn't show up to the building for voluntaries and stuff. I said on his own time.
True, but you did say he was not doing what he needed to do in the off season for him.
So
yeah,
did he reach? So did he think he reached his potential?
I don't know what he thinks. I personally, no.
Well, hold on. So
personally, I'll tell you, I don't think.
Okay, no. Hold on, Michael K. So for Josh Allen, you don't know, but for Tua, you know, right?
No.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm talking about team activities, organized team activities.
Yeah, but you said because he didn't show up, he believes he's not. He's at that level already. But when
I'll tell you what, Lewis. We'll do it this way, Lewis. We'll do it this way. If Allen didn't show up for an OTA or something, I would be disgusted. That's how we put it. I would be disgusted.
Speaking of succubus, welcome to the fan of the biggest succubi team of the NFL, the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, come on, we all know that title belongs to the Jets.
I just wanted to get up here and correct something. The team organized, the team trainer or coaches cannot work with a player during the offseason. If they have a contract with the team, they can't train the player during the offseason. So you have to get a personal coach.
Right.
And that's what Tua went and got. And from what I heard, and hold on, let me get finished, Fred. From what I heard, that his personal coach encouraged Tua to lose some of his weight so he can move around in the pocket more, and even to if he needs to take a break, he can move a little faster. That's what I heard. Now I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I
Hey,
heard about his
Okay,
personal.
hold on. Let's get some. I don't know. I was putting my earbuds in.
okay, real quick,
A coach.
Molly Mar, real
Hold
quick.
on.
Did you get your social media yet? Situated?
Yeah. I got it.
Oh yeah, man. Hit me up on social media, bro. I
Okay.
gotta set something up with you with me and Crypto. But go ahead, Michael K.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
Bill's
Okay,
fake
a strength
paranoid
coach.
getting all perfect Latin on me. It's succubus.
A coach that's on the Bills payroll, or a nutritionist, or a strength coach, or a trainer. As long as the new season starts, if the player goes into the facility, they're allowed to work with him. That's number one.
No, that's not true. The NFL rules say the only player they're allowed to work with are the ones that's on the injury reserve or injured going into the offseason. If you're healthy going into the offseason, you're not allowed to work with anybody.
Is there a league season right now? Is Josh Allen Tua's not under Tua's kind of under contract. When the new league year starts, coaches, any player that goes to the facility, because the facility's open all year round, all them coaches are allowed to work with their players. It's up to the players whether or not they want to go. I
was talking about the personal coach. When you was up here talking about why did Tua get a personal coach, he got a personal coach because he couldn't work with his organization's quarterback coach. It's against the NFL rules. You get fined $75,000 per coach.
Off premises.
Off
premises. On premises, anything goes.
No, off season too. You can't. Look.
When does the new league year start?
It's not.
When does the new league year start?
Hold on. It's not about the. It's not about the league year. There's a certain date that there's a blackout date where they can't talk to the. Because I remember Mike McDaniel said, well, when the league year started, he says, well, I can't talk to Tua until to set date.
All right.
There's a set date there where he can.
I'm gonna have to make an analogy. Okay, follow this one, Michael K. I did work for like 12 years as an IT engineer in the field, right? And as an IT engineer, I know how to change the IP address of a regular router, right? Now, I was at a job one time, and we found out that the problem was the router that their technician was responsible for needed its IP address changed. Now, it would have taken me 30 whole seconds to go over there and hook up to that router and change its IP address. But guess who wasn't touching that router? Because of contractual issues, I was not allowed to actually just get the job done and fix the site because that wasn't our equipment. Our quarterback is in the offseason is not the equipment or responsibility of the Dolphins quarterback coach.
What are the off-season dates? That's what I'm saying. What are the off-season dates?
The new league year is when free agency starts. That's technically the new league year. That's why everybody's trying to get under the cap.
It's around the second week of March.
Yeah.
Right. So from February to March. Right. So whenever the new league year starts, then the players are under contract, so they can be coached by the coaches on premises. It's only like a month and a half.
Anybody that wants the rest of the story, I still went ahead and did it anyway, and I got a bunch of accolades for getting the job done.
Right, absolutely. But you didn't get fined.
Well, can I ask this man? When is the personal quarterback coach allowed to work with Tua there? I mean, maybe you guys said it, I missed it. When is he allowed to work with him?
Anytime off premises.
Well, we don't know is the point. We can only speculate because we don't know. I don't know anybody that's looked at the deep rules of the NFL to find that out.
Yes, the NFL has
imagine a situation where I can imagine, like Molly Mall, that he's not contractually allowed to work with him like that.
And to me personally, man, I think, man, two quarterback coaches, man, one telling you one deal with you how you should do this, the other one telling you the other deal and how you should do that. I think you may happen to get in there to his head and fuck with him a little bit, man. Yeah, I don't think you need to go over
You're missing the
one guy,
point of a
man.
personal quarterback coach, Fred.
Yeah, but what's the personal quarterback coach going to have you working on that your already coordinated coach is not going to have you working on?
A lot of things. I can teach a person a lot of things about how to throw a football and about how to do things with a football, but I couldn't teach somebody how to play in Mike McDaniel's system.
And Fred, who's to say that this personal coach, like I said, has encouraged him to get his weight down so he can move quicker in the pocket, and if he has to run to move quick, and also to work on his throwing skills and other things. Who's to say?
Look, I'm just saying, like his already coordinated quarterback coach sees him in practice, sees him a lot, sees him during games to see where he's looking bad at. Like I would I think Tua would tend to study with that guy than this personal dude that who's probably not even at the game. Definitely ain't on the sideline. To see what's
Fred, has it worked so far?
It may have, Color. It may have, man.
Well, you don't like his play. You don't like his play, so obviously it hasn't worked so far.
No, I don't like his play, but it don't take.
Why would he keep going with that coach?
But Color, it don't take much to tell his quarterback, look, man, you need to extend plays. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And now he's with a quarterback coach, a personal coach that might help him understand how to extend plays.
Oh my
Fred. No, but Fred, what about this? With all our additions to our offense, maybe because Coach McDaniel is going to change the scheme of the offense. Maybe Tua is trying to get some when he got the personal quarterback coach, so he can get some things, not learn plays, but to get better with this guy. And then when it's time to go to practice, all that, then he can add that to what he get from he's going to get from the Dolphins coaches.
Right. The organizational coach teaches him what to do.
Mm-hmm.
The personal coach teaches him how to do it.
Yeah,
and by the way, hold on real quick. Via Sean text me this. Quarterback guru Jordan Palmer knows Josh Allen as well as anybody. The two have worked together since they decided to enter the draft in 2018. They have worked annually refining Josh Allen's game. So according to this, they've been working since 2018.
According to a text?
No, according to the Google search I got.
Somebody got background noise.
Yeah, he sent me a screenshot of a Google. It wasn't a text. So this was BuffaloNews.com. According to BuffaloNews.com. So
maybe Google. Oh yeah. Hey, guess who's the biggest Josh Allen bone stroker club there is?
Hey, you mean they use
the biggest member? Buffalo News is the biggest Josh Allen bone stroker there is.
I thought they were still chiseling it on stone tablets up there.
Josh Allen bone stroker club. Oh my God.
Yeah, but Fred, I think Tua seen in the wind that changes are coming on the offense, and he wants, like you said, just get better and learn what he can all season. Then when the season starts, he puts that with what he can pick up when the season starts.
Okay, Mr. Polk, I get what you're saying, man. But all right, man, the quarterback coach, he's right there. He knows what McDaniel. All these coaches talk. They talk about what they want to do. Okay, the quarterback coach needs to work with Tua on that right there. The quarterback coach. This is what we're going to be doing. This is what I need you to work on. I'm gonna help you work on this. Have you help me work on this?
No, but he's learned some other things.
What I'm saying, Mr. Paul, he's right there on site, bro.
But the thing
he's got better eyes than anybody.
Right, but listen, after the season was over with, Tua didn't take long to go and get this quarterback coach and start working start working out with his quarterback coach. So the man is trying to up his game, and with like I said, with the personal coach, so that when it's time to get with the regular season coaches, he has a little more. What's the word? He has a little more. He has learned a little more, so that he can add that to what he's going to get when the season starts.
Right, Fred. What happens when a coach needs to like give his brother a job and he makes him the quarterback coach just to give him something to do? I mean, you don't forget these quarterback coaches. It's not like that's necessarily what they always are either. Now ours is, but it's not the same kind of coach, man. You're missing the point here, brother. It's two different types of coaching.
Right. That's what exactly. So he's learning what he can, and he knows that he knows that
Look,
he knows
Paul.
that the offense is changing.
Look here, Mr. Park. We'll say, let's say, like, everybody says Tua's gotten better each year, and I'll even say that, right? Tua's gotten better each year, right? This was before the personal coach, wasn't it?
Yes,
So I think this quarterback coach had a lot to do with that, then, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing, Fred. He wants
time and practice and repetition.
But Fred, he went and got this personal quarterback coach to up his game even more. That's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to do, up his game.
What I'm trying to say, Fred, is the coach with the Miami Dolphins, the quarterback's coach with Miami is not going to make him it's not going to teach him or coach him how to get closer to the Aaron Rodgers of the world. A personal quarterback coach, that's his focus, is to try to give him those little intangibles that make you an elite. You know what I mean? It's not like you're missing the point. I think it's just two different types of coaching.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Color, man.
Like two different roles. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, man. I get what you're saying, but to me, man, it's like it's only so much a coach can teach you, but you got to go out there
I'd agree with you on that. That's why I'm not out here saying it's definitely going to make a difference or anything like that. I expect it to, but I'm not out here like parroting the two in ears saying, "Oh, the whole thing about the most fans of the NFL in general is that they think everything is turnkey. Like if you just do this is going to be the output. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, we're dealing with human beings here.
Yeah.
And also too, Fred, even though I said that he's trying to get better, doesn't mean that he will be better. The thing is he's making the effort to get better.
Exactly. I'm comfortable making a prediction, Mr. Polk, that he will get better if he's making effort to.
Right.
Can I ask one question real quick? Just one quick question.
Hey, what's up, Rob? I haven't seen you in a while.
Quick questions, Robert. I'm just kidding.
Yes, I do. Isn't there rules about how quickly coaches can meet with their players in the off season and how much they can interact?
I don't know. I don't know anything about how much they can interact with them or what time they're allowed to get with them. No, I'm not familiar with any of that, bro.
I'm pretty certain there are rules, and if those rules are in place, I absolutely support a quarterback going out and getting someone to help him.
Right.
There is rules in regards to that, Robert.
Real quick, Ali. Bill's fake crowd noise. Hey, as soon as Tua opens the door and invites me in, bro, I'll be there, man.
Oh, it's got
How's everyone doing tonight, by the way?
What happened there?
We might have lost Ali.
I was asking how everyone's doing tonight, by the way.
Hey,
pretty good.
It's been a long time since seen Rob. Everything good with you, bro?
Paradise. Another day in paradise.
I'm in the middle of a move. I'm getting chaptered out of the Army because of heart failure stuff and job hunting stuff. So life is all sorts of change right now.
All right.
Well, good luck with the transition.
Best of luck of
It'll work out. It's just a lot of change.
So it'll be better for me in the long run.
Well, you get a good breakfast at Denny's every morning.
Good color.
So I'm looking at the off-season rules according to the NFLPA. I'm not really seeing any rules that particularly limits the interaction that they have, like over a phone or conversation. It limits how many coaches can be on the field, like certain contacts and the length that they can spend on the field, like 90 minutes max on the field, for example.
That's for OTAs and stuff, correct?
This is all the off-season NFLPA rules according to the NFLPA.com.
Okay.
And how's it going, Michael K? Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Ellie.
Are they allowed to do extra practices and whatnot with coaches? Because I thought that was controlled by the NFL Players Association contract.
Repeat that again, Robert.
Yes, that is.
Are they allowed to do extra practices and workouts with players? And it might be under that clause, but I don't know. Like, it's a legitimate fact-finding
Think
question.
of it like this. Let's say you were working with a company that required you to train on to learn how to drive a certain truck, right? And the company, because of the union rules, you're only allowed to have practice on that truck for 1 hour every day while you're on the clock. So the company's not going to let you come in after hours and train on that equipment, because if you get hurt, it's an insurance liability. But that doesn't stop you from going down the road and hiring some company to teach you how to drive that truck.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I agree with that, and I think that's what's
Yeah,
going
unless
on.
they have a separate clause saying you can't go outside of that and get your own
And
person.
it's because of the union rules of that company. Like the union is saying, had in the collective bargaining agreement put in there, no, your guys are not allowed to train on this equipment off the clock unless they're to be paid. Right? And so that's what the NFLPA as the union is saying. Our guys can't work with your coaches unless they get paid.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, that
Like unless the
quarterback coach,
player gets paid, because it's his job when he's working with that organizational coach, he's doing something for his job and he should be paid. And since they're not, the NFL union said, nope, we're not saying a word to those guys.
Right, but say a player wants to go in on his own time and work with the coach.
The union will forbid it. The union collective bargaining agreement, it reigns supreme, dude.
Yeah, the union's going to stand behind their players. They're not going to side with the NFL.
Now,
with
if
the
the
teams.
NFL wanted to say, okay, anybody that does that will make some overtime money, then the union would probably be okay with it.
Yeah. Like you're looking at it from the lens of one player who's ever talking about a player just coming in and working with the coach. The union doesn't work that way, because all they see that as is, all right, this one guy's doing extra. It's soon going to become the standard. No, we just aren't going to let that happen.
Well, it's yeah, but it's not the team. It's not the team saying, "Look, you got to come in the offseason."
10 years from now,
it doesn't matter.
150 players will sue the NFL for not paying them for doing that work.
They're not mandated. It's not mandated they have to come in and do the work.
They have to come in.
How can you?
If it's
how can
mandated,
you know what?
yeah,
Hey, if I want to go in,
look,
hold on. If I want to go into work, hold on. If I want to go into work,
not volunteer overtime without getting paid time and a half. And if that happens, your company makes themselves vulnerable by allowing you to do that, because 5 years from then you can sue them for that money.
Really, you don't think every player has a workout bonus clause in their contract?
Maybe they do.
That covers that.
Maybe they do. I don't know.
You don't think that clause covers the fact that, say, Matt Milano wants to go in and get a little extra strength training. You don't think that workout bonus doesn't cover the fact that he calls up his trainer and says, "Look, I'll be at the facility at 8:30. Let's have some
Maybe it
breakfast."
does, but I bet he's calling up a personal trainer.
They don't have personal trainers that go into the Bills facility.
How do you know?
Because they'd be on the Bills payroll.
Well, Nick goes into the Dolphins facility.
Who does?
Tua's trainer. I'm pretty sure it goes into the Dolphins facility.
Pretty sure, but not positive.
Well, you're not positive they don't.
Can I ask a question? Michael K. Do the team organization trainer work 65 days? Do the team organization trainer work all year round? I just want to know this.
Yeah.
That man has a family. He has a vacation, so you can't go into the facility when the trainer's on vacation.
Right, he's also part of that union, and they probably don't let the trainers have made their bargaining too.
Cole, do you think Brandon Bean? Do you think Brandon Bean doesn't show? Wait a minute, you think Brandon Bean or Chris Greer doesn't show up at the facility all year round, other than a week here or a week there?
Aaron Bevel is not going. I don't want to sit here and train quarterbacks all off season. It's not his job.
Well, number one, nobody knows how people get paid. That's number one. And number two, when you hear Brandon Bean talk about how the facility is constantly rolling, there's always somebody here, the lights are always on, we catch so and so here.
Oh, yeah,
Von Miller was.
They're executives, dude. They're like, I mean,
they're selling a product.
Yeah, well, you think a trainer is an employee. They don't have a contract that says you only got to work this many hours.
Yeah, they do.
They're a salaried employee. They work as many hours as you need to work.
Well, what do you think a salaried employee is?
Well, if you don't get paid overtime.
They're not contracted in our world, but I'm sure they are in the NFL.
Well, I'm not saying that, but they don't get the same time off the players do.
No,
Michael K., the problem with your statement, though, is if one person goes out and does it, it completely changes the game for everybody else in the NFL Players Association. And if
how?
Michael
No, because we're going to stop there. How does it change everybody else?
Michael K., hold on. I will get there. Don't jump in and cut people off. So if one person or one employee is going in and constantly doing the extra, it puts more pressure on everybody else. If you've ever dealt with unions or worked with unions, no. They set up contractual standards and legal bindings to what you are allowed to request and do. And you can't go over that from the union side, and you can't request more from the employer side. It's all written into the contract.
Not until the next negotiation, not until it expires and you're at the negotiation table for the renewal.
Anything outside of that has to be done extra on your part, and half the time it's in separate facilities.
All right, so wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that you read the NFLPA agreement with the NFL and what can be done?
I don't have to read every page of the NFLPA agreement.
Right, so the NFLPA is going to tell one of the people that pays their salary that you can't better yourself if you want to.
Quarterbacks are going and getting private coaches, so the evidence shows that it is that way.
You can better yourself, and you should. You just can't use team resources to do it.
Well, that's amazing because you know what? If you watch One Bills live all off season, they got players strolling in there all the time, and it's right at the facility. You mean they're just coming? You mean they're just coming in to give an interview here and there?
That doesn't mean they're working with their coaches.
It doesn't mean they're not. It doesn't mean they're not.
Michael K.
What?
There is nothing stopping you from using the facilities. The problem becomes when you put a coach or a supervisor in a position. Oh, motherfucker!
Well, what were these people hired to do? These coaches or supervisors. What were they hired to do?
Work with the player during the season.
All right. When's the NFL? If you sign a 5-year contract, what's the contract dates?
So there are some rules about workouts. I was just looking at that according to NFLPA.com, and I just want to read them out to you because this is the first
somebody get the official rules
of where I'm getting this information. Workouts cannot begin prior to the first Monday in April for clubs with a new head coach, or the third Monday in April for all other clubs. Workouts are strictly voluntary. Club officials cannot indicate workouts are anything other than voluntary. Maximum 4 workouts per week. No weekends are allowed, with one weekend being the mandatory minicamp, not permitted on weekends. And then it says contact work is prohibited in all workouts, and instantly any tempo of drills should be a level conductive to learning with player safety at the highest priority. So that's the first general rules of the off season. So it looks like,
and that is OTAs, correct?
Yeah, and then there's other rules for like the OTAs, minicamps, and whatnot. But what I'm saying is that it kind of falls into what you were saying, Michael K., that players can come in and work out.
Yeah, like a regular benefits package. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I you know what? I don't need no apology because I knew I was right. But I just can't stand when people don't know what they talk about.
He literally just hold on. April. Hold on.
Michael K. I
think y'all was
One,
mixing apples and oranges.
shit, because you weren't saying the same shit. What you're talking about is putting a coach and someone in a supervisory role, supervising a player in the off season earlier than April to do workouts. Ollie, didn't you just say they can't do that shit until after April?
According to this website, it says that the only time they can do it the first Monday of April or something to that effect, is when they have a new head coach.
And they can do it 4 days a week. They have restrictions
April,
on it.
any other team that doesn't have a new head coach, after the third Monday, they can go do whatever.
All right. After the third Monday,
it comes with restrictions too, all right, Ali?
Jack, click on the link. You can see exactly where I'm reading the shit. There.
After the third Monday of the new season? Is that what we're saying?
After the third Monday of April.
Third week of the new season, yeah.
Okay, so it's still
The third week of April? Hold on a minute. The third week of April meaning rookie minicamp?
Remember, March starts the league season. So at the end of the day, it's still the new league. It's not in the beginning of the new season. It's March is the new season. So April is a few weeks after the new season started.
And in addition to that,
Right, it's still some time, right, Shay?
there's nothing that prohibits players from going out on their own, the gyms and working out and whatever outside of the facility as well. Just so
Correct.
Correct. Right, they got that.
And that's where they would get their personal trainers or.
Ollie, can you say that again?
So in the rules, from what I can read so far, is that there's nothing that prohibits players for working out outside of the facility with their own trainers, coaches, whatever.
Right.
Nutritionalists, none of that. There doesn't seem like it prohibits that at all.
Why do you think they got summer school teachers in school?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There you go.
Right. Yeah.
There's still
the teachers union has said our teachers ain't working during the summer.
But I think to Robert's point, it'll be on your own dime if anything's external.
Yeah.
Right.
The facility paying for it.
Right. Because really, if I'm not mistaken, when Tua when it got the personal QB coach, I think he went out to California to work out with this guy.
Yeah, and actually to that point, wasn't it who was the running back for the Colts that we were trying to get? I always really
Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor. Didn't he have an issue with his back because of a workout and the team was trying not to pay him because
he did.
of it?
It was a back thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was on his own dime.
And that's why they didn't want to pay for it. Exactly.
And with good reason. And that makes sense to me. Like,
yeah,
why should they?
I swear, because he actually came back stronger.
Yeah, crypto. That's why we see Tyreek breaking women coaches, man, legs, man. You know, he ain't allowed to be doing that shit, bro.
Damn.
He ain't supposed to be doing that, bro.
So my only other question is what's prohibited and what's allowed between February and April?
Right, because they gotta clarify what's allowed between that time. At the end of
if you say, well, hold on, if you sign
April or February through April, yeah.
If you sign a 5-year contract, you're under contract for 5 years. So a new league year means nothing, other than specific dates, whether it be free agency, possible tradings, when you can schedule your OTAs. But all these players are under contract.
You have to remember there's a period where it's a re-sign period. Your free agent, it's a re-sign period, and then it's free agency, and then it's the draft, and then it's rookie minicamp. It's 4 periods during the offseason. We have to remember that it's re-signing, free agency, draft, and then the rookie minicamp.
Right. Well, guess what? All these free agents, none of them are under contract, so they're not represented by the NFLPA.
Yes,
they're nothing. They're nothing. Technically, they're not even in the NFL until they resign. Correct?
Hold on. Hey, Crypto, should the lady be suing Tyreek or the organization, bro?
Depends on what property it was on. I don't know. Or maybe both.
Yeah. That's good, man. That was good, man.
Got the most money though between the two, so I'll probably be shooting for the
organization. I liked all that, you guys. I like that. You guys cleared a lot of stuff up for me on that, man. For real.
Hey, man, I'm learning, but
yeah, me too.
Hey, listen, Fred. You shouldn't talk. You over here talking about breaking people's jaws and shit.
No, man.
Yeah, I know.
I heard about
Lewis is not on the panel.
Show correction really quick. According to CB83, who does talk to Nick Hicks quite a bit lately, according to him, personal trainers are not allowed in the facility. So I'll take his word for it.
So see me, Shake.
You don't call it. That doesn't make
I'm not getting anything. I might get that dolphin summer you have. That's probably about it.
Hey, Shake, I'll look out for you, bro. I'll throw you a little something, Shake.
Hey, Fred, I can give you another good example. It's just like if you have children and they're not doing well. I'm not saying your children, but if you have children that are not doing well in school, you can go and get a personal tutor, but that tutor cannot teach your kid, cannot work with your kids on school grounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get that.
You're not calling up the regular teacher because all 30 students would be able to do that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay.
Right.
You have to have that tutor come to you more than likely your home to tutor your kids, because that tutor cannot go on school grounds and tutor.
No, I can't. Not
all right. So real quick, Ollie, the specific rule that prevents players from working out with their team coaches during the offseason is found in Article 21 of the NFL Collective Bargaining Agreement. This article outlines off-season workout rules and specifies limitations on player and coach interactions during the offseason. It is explicitly forbidden. Restricted contact. The CBA strictly limits contact between coaches and coaches during the offseason to ensure players have adequate time for rest and recovery.
What constitutes the offseason?
The end of the Super Bowl to the beginning of the new league year.
And
so it's February 20th to March 13th?
No.
And then when you get into the league new year, there were still restrictions on how coaches can force you to do workouts.
Correct.
Sure. Yeah.
For a coach to force you to do a workout. But as a player, they can walk into the facility and say, hey, Harold, come on, let's go bench press. Or, hey, Harold, let's go run around the track. Or, hey, Harold, teach me this new technique. There's nothing prohibiting
Harold ain't in the building.
Well, then you got to go on.
What if Harold is soaking up a martini at the Grand Canyon?
One second, Crypto. That would most likely fall under Article 21, Section 2. No player shall be required to attend or participate in any off-season workout program or classroom instruction of a club other than as provided in Article 22, mini-caps, and Article 23, voluntary workouts of this agreement. So if the offseason occurs and they start out a workout program because they don't want to wait for the team and they want to go to coaches that specialize in cleaning up fundamentals and mechanics, the team can't go in and force them anywhere to do it, and they're still doing their thing.
Correct, but if during the league year a coach is more than able to help that player out, which you're telling me he can't. He can't be forced to go in but there's nothing saying that if he goes in, a coach can't help him.
There's still limits on it. There's still
Maybe
limits.
it's
And like,
what are the
how
limits?
much more help can he give him? It's been 3
I'm gonna
seasons
sit
with
there
the
and
same
see
quarterback coach.
what actually constitutes the definition of a workout
Well, he's probably
for
not
the
gonna need
contract.
too
Let's
much
figure
help.
that out because I think that's gonna sit there and actually deal with a lot of it.
Damn,
Yeah.
no wonder you're so fucked up, Michael. Okay, you just trust the first doctor you go to, man.
No, I got a lot of
get your second or third opinion. Jumping through
Well, all my
tables, man,
psychiatrists,
messing with
dude,
your
are you
mental
fucking? Are
ability.
you kidding? All my psychiatrists are fucking crazy.
If it's everybody
All
else,
my
that might
psychiatrists
be
see
you.
a psychologist.
I show up in Buffalo, Michael K. I want to see you jumping through a table at first.
Dude, you're gonna see me.
I get
You're
that.
gonna see me jump on fucking
Michael
Dan.
K.
You're gonna see me jump on Dan Mitchell because I
Michael K.
guarantee.
I'm telling you, I'm what you call it.
A workout is anything supervised by club staff.
By club what?
Club staff, which includes physical trainers, coaches, anybody that's on the payroll of the team.
Okay, and all that from the NFPA is limiting what the organization can mandate or offer voluntarily.
Yes.
Okay, so they have a voluntary workout. You don't have to show up. But say Monday through Wednesday is a voluntary workout. You don't have to show up. Okay. You show up Thursday because you want to work out. There's nothing limiting that coach to help that player.
There is. It's got to be. It's got to be in like Article 22. And what was the other article? Because it's got to be in the confines of mini camps and voluntary workouts to sit there. And
that is for team activities.
Like it's after April.
That's team activities.
No, that's all stuff that prevents you just going in and working out with a coach. Like a coach can't sit there and supervise you to just
not only that, but how do you?
Yeah, only another player can
Michael
do
K.
that.
If
what's that?
You're saying in your scenario,
right.
Michael K., the quarterback coach of the team could say no to one player, but not another.
No.
Well, I don't think they're permitted to do that, are they?
No.
He's quite well.
What I'm
saying. Why would a defensive end go to a quarterback coach to ask him to teach him technique?
It's more than one quarterback.
We're talking about Tua, bro.
No, it's different from strength and conditioning. Y'all mixing up different type of trainers. You got strength and conditioning coach. You got positional coaches.
I'm strictly
for the
talking
skill
about
set.
Who's the QB coach on the Dolphins?
All right, you know what? Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Who's seen draft day?
Why the fuck do I care about it, Kevin Costner?
Okay, no.
There and try
really, that's your response? Why the?
Yeah,
because they're talking about.
No, what you're saying is stupid. Why do I care about a Kevin Costner movie that has
quarterback coach of the Dolphins?
Darren
Bevel, right? We were talking about Darren Bevel as opposed to a private quarterback coach.
I understand, but we're talking about off-season workouts. And how would the team trainer know what that quarterback was doing if he wasn't allowed to do it? Do you really think that they're going to put out a movie that doesn't have some realistic qualities of that movie? In that movie, or realistic qualities?
But what is the truth in everything?
Well, the truth is, you called me stupid, and you don't have the first fucking clue on what you're talking about.
Michael K., I just read the fucking rules to you, and you're ignoring them to fit your fucking narrative.
No, because not anywhere in there did you say where the player has the ability to make a decision for himself.
Michael K.
The player cannot force the coach to coach him. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's a coach hired to do?
Coach at specific
and
points
this is where I'll make a third different analogy. You have a stock trading coach. There's two different types. There's one that's going to teach you how to look at the financials of the company, and there's one that's going to teach you how to look at the stock chart. They're two different coaches, but they're both stock trading coaches.
All right, regardless. So, player wants to go in.
That is the most simple analogy I can come up with. Maybe Hooked Up Joe can help me with a more simple analogy, but I can't come up with another one more simple than that.
That was us.
But if a player under contract wants to, on his own time, go to the facility and work on something, you're telling me a coach can't help him?
No, because you can't supervise him. It's not under the fucking guidelines for the fucking mini camp, it's not under the guidelines for the voluntary workout. He can't do it. When they get to the actual,
you know what? Those are mini camp. You know what? That's where you're getting off the rails. Because a mandatory mini camp or an organized team activity is set forth.
Listen, you didn't listen.
You did. I did. You just said whatever the team says. Whatever dates the team gives.
The CBA says.
I got a little clarification on this if you want to hear it.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, hook up, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was reading up on it while everybody was looking at it, and the limitations that you have for what the team can do comes down to film study and
physical activities,
playbook. You can't go over the playbook in the off season. You're not allowed to coach on the playbook. You're not allowed to have film study, and you're not allowed to have organized meetings with your players during the off season. Those are the things you can't do. But I don't see anything in the rules that says you can't go in if the team facilities are there and have the coach you on some throwing techniques or some footwork or anything that. I don't see any limitation on that.
Thank you, Joe.
I think y'all are talking about different things.
Pause for a second. Darren Bevel, as our quarterback coach, his type of coaching is from the perspective of precisely what you just listed: film study, playbook, stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. He's not the
that's
technical
actually
coach.
his job.
He's not the chart coach. If I go back to my stock market analogy, you know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah, he's the fundamental analysis in that equation.
So
he would be what they call the fundamental analysis.
Joe,
coach.
there is one other thing. They can't have physical activities supervised by club staff.
Right. That's an organized meeting. If you have anything organized, you can't do that. You can't have an organized meeting, no type of practice. You can't even go over the playbook. You can't even go over plays. I mean, it is strict in that regard.
Which is the only angle that the Dolphins quarterback coach faces Tua on. That's what I was trying to say.
Right. But once the season starts, they can do all that. We're really talking about the off-season rules and why. Because, this whole thing started with the fact that Tua has coaches in the off-season that teach him technique. Yeah. And technically, his own team could teach him technique. Like, to Michael K's point, that if the team wanted to do it and the player wanted to show up and work on technique, they could. But most players don't go into the team facilities for that. They have their own thing for that because.
So, Joe, I need to ask you a question.
Well, real quick, Robert, I want to interject one more factoid into this discussion because we're only looking at it from the Players Association, and are they allowed to interact and this and that? The question was asked: what are the coaches allowed and contractually allowed and not allowed to do? And yes, there is, in fact, an NFL Coaches Association. There is a coaches union. So we'd have to look at their contract and say, what is Darren Bevel allowed to come in and do to interact with Tua based on their collective bargaining agreement?
So before we go,
what is it called, Color?
Well, the
NFL Coaches Association.
1 second before.
Well, say it. Hold on, Color.
Can you say
the
players?
Hold on, the only coach that's not a member.
Color, can you repeat that one time, please? Because Article 21 kept talking over you.
I was
you
saying
don't
that.
Fucking read the rules, Michael K. You want to talk out your ass?
The only coach that's not a member of the NFL Coaches Association is Bill Belichick.
Okay.
He's a union buster.
Well,
let me ask one question.
Well, we know what he's up to.
Joe, I need to know one thing from you. And maybe this is where we differ. And then we need to find it very explicitly what the guidelines are for something being considered supervised by club staff.
Also, Bill Parcells wasn't a part of it either.
I would sit there and say if a coach is coming out,
they come
watching
from the same
you
side.
throw and giving you direction on how to throw and what to physically change, that would fall in the guidelines of something that is a physical activity supervised by club staff.
And that's where I do agree that there's a line there. We don't know. We don't really know. We know the NFL rule has the three things we talked about: meetings, right? So the question is, what does meetings mean? I mean, if you're going to really dissect it down, what we're really asking is, what does meetings mean? If you go there and you have a meeting with your coach, you go there to meet with your coach, and the coach helps you on throwing technique, is that technically a meeting, or is that a training session? Right? So we don't know what the nomenclature they're using for each individual word would mean. We don't know that, right? But I would say that because it's so vague, that's another reason to just go ahead and have your own external trainer. You don't want to even give the appearance that you're in there doing something you're not supposed to do. So just get your own personal trainer and go do it all somewhere else and not have.
Yeah, but you know what though? You know what though, Joe? Some teams, all things considered, might not want you to get a personal trainer.
That's valid.
And that's the whole point. But the point being, the NFLPA is the players' union.
I don't know.
They're there to fight for the player.
Interesting.
Right? If the NFL are we in agreement? The NFLPA is the players' union.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So they will say it's like the Steelworkers Local 1.
Just to be clear, at one time the NFLPA was trying to sue for control of the NFLCA as well. Just to point that out.
I was just reading that myself, Ali. They were claiming that the CA, when it started up, was using all their facilities and their money to pay their staff and never paid them back.
Right. Yeah. So what the NFLP does is NFLPA does is they set up guidelines, and we'll say concussion protocol is number one. It's big. It's for the player's best interest. So what they do is they tell the NFL, no, you're not allowed to do this. We're protecting our players. So the NFLPA will set up guidelines for OTAs, what you can and what you can't do.
The only way the NFLPA can force any action on the NFL without coming back to the table and negotiating the bargaining agreement is to sue.
Correct. But trust me, when's the last time anybody sued?
But that's what I'm saying.
Both sides come to an agreement.
Yeah,
both sides come to an agreement. It's like any other union.
Willy-nilly change stuff. They have to do it in the collective bargaining agreement.
But the NFLPA says to the NFL organizations, the teams themselves, this is what you can do in the first week of OTAs, and this is when you can have them. This is what you can do in week 2. This is when you can have them.
Okay, you're on to something. Remember back when everybody, there was one year when it became a big issue because the NFL wanted to add games and a bunch of other stuff, and the players basically stood up and said, no, you want to do that? We want all of this. And that was the big moment where the whole new paradigm changed, where everybody started pulling their pow-pows out, and we're like, no, and everybody all got what they wanted, which was this situation where we have like light practices and nobody gets hit anymore in practice, and you know what I'm talking about.
Right, absolutely.
Right. So it was at that point, I'm pretty sure, where since everybody was drawing their pow-pows, it was like, all right, all the lawyers got involved, and I'm sure there's at some point where it all got spelled out that this can't happen and this can't happen, and it's just easier for a quarterback into a situation to go get a personal coach. You know what I mean?
Right. But I mean, me personally, I think it kind of sucks if your quarterback coach can't help him with fundamentals.
Yeah, I'm sure before that paradigm change, I'm sure the teams were probably abusing the hell all out of that. Yeah, come in here and work with this guy. And same with the coach. The coach wants his time off too. He don't want to have to sit there and raise a professional football player. It's already that person's job to know whatever he's going for the coach for. So
right, but are you trying to coach? Now this is just going back to me growing up playing hockey. When I wasn't playing for the team I played for, and I played my I wouldn't say minor league, my youth league coach I played for 8 years, and my whole team moved up from mites to squirts to peewees to bantams, and that's when we all went our separate ways.
Michael K., you were a squirt? Who would have thought?
Yeah, I was a Mike. I was a Mike too.
I know. I'm
Michael
messing up.
K.
He was a rat on the ice. That's what he was.
Well, every one of us was a squirt.
I'm gonna start calling you Slapshot, Michael K.
One can that
Oh, that's the best movie of all time. That's the best movie of all time. But what I'm saying though is when the team wasn't together and we weren't practicing, and you go to say like a power skating school or the goaltenders will go to a goalie school, the coach that we played for would tell us what schools we were going to. And I'll tell you why he told us that. Is because he didn't want us to pick up any bad habits. And he may have known the instructor of the speed skating school, or power skating or whatever school we went to, or the Cooper camp or whatever it was. Because a coach now, won't say McDermott or even McDaniel or whoever, if he can dictate what happens to his players, when he can dictate what happens to his players, he's going to do that. So I guarantee. What's that?
I seriously doubt the Dolphins are dictating where Tua goes, because he's switched around. And this is specifically almost a think tank for quarterback or something like that. It's like, see, there's a difference between having one guy that's a quarterback coach that's designed to teach the playbook to the quarterback. There's another thing that's an entire set of a whole bunch of quarterbacks that have all worked together for years to work on techniques that they want to share and teach each other and become instructors on. And it's just a whole different level of instruction that you're going to get from a whole consortium of a whole bunch of actual quarterbacks than you're going to get from your on-staff quarterback.
Right. And had anybody even thought that maybe the Dolphins quarterback coach might have been the one that suggested Tua do it?
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, Colin. And maybe pointed him in the direction of where he went to.
That's why the journalists in Miami to ask those hard questions.
Yeah, one last point about what Hooked Up Joe was talking about.
Won't.
I definitely understand why a quarterback would leave his training, leave his team to go learn new techniques and stuff. Because you think about it, when you're trying to learn new techniques or, specialize on a specific skill, it's really hard to do that when you're in the same environment over and over again. You're really not going to learn anything new because nothing's really changed for you.
Right. You got a bunch of non-quarterbacks telling him, "Oh, do this, do that."
You're going to focus on it a lot more. And it's almost like you're doing an experiment, right? If you do the experiment over the same way, no change of condition or anything, you're not going to learn anything. You change the conditions up, change up a few things, then you might learn some things. That's basically what I'm saying.
Right, and that's why Tua went out to California with his quarterback coach to get a change of scenery and try to up his skills, because I'm quite sure he's seen that or just like y'all said, Coach McDaniel might have told him, listen, we fit to change this offensive scheme, and if you want to go outside the facilities and better your skills, go ahead and do so.
Right,
but you're on your own.
Right.
Well, let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on. No offense to you 9 guys, but if I wanted to go start river rafting, Class 5 rapids, I'm not taking you 9 guys. I'm going to get guys that have river rafted before.
Well,
let me ask you this.
I'm real good in kayak, so I can make the transition with no issues, Color.
I got a kayak. When you say that, bro, so what do you think of Mike McDaniel, man? Just working on Tua and his strengths and what he do, being okay, I'm going to say his timing with his passes to his wide receivers, then the using outside throws more than, man. Does it seem like he's working with Tua or other things in that?
Now for game 1, bro. You act like he's never going to be able to throw to his receivers from now till game 1.
Well, there were videos of Tua last year throwing to his receivers.
I believe there's throws Tua don't make, and thus far I believe there are calls Mike McDaniel can't call because these throws that he can't make.
Do you think that 3 days in the offseason is going to make a difference when he has entire
I don't think
going to be throwing to these guys?
I don't think 3 days is going to matter. But this should have been something he should have addressed when he took the job.
Fred.
No, but he's a young coach.
Whether you're right or wrong about that, he's addressed it.
And actually, that's the other thing. Real quick. Just like Fred just said that he should have addressed it when he took the job. Who's to say that he hasn't? Maybe this is all part of the plan. Maybe this is, listen, year 1 and year 2 is learning my system and honing your knowledge about my goddamn playbook. And then year 3, you can work on your technique a little bit better, but we'll work with what we have now so we can build it up.
Which I think is stupid, Ali, but we've arrived where we're at. You know what I mean? And
I'm not
that's what's been going on.
All I'm saying is that, to be honest, if you want the best, what's the word I'm looking for? The best production at the fastest point, you really got to know the plays. You know what I mean? You're going to play to the best of your ability, and you got to know the plays. And I think that was the key thing.
To that point, the pie should be carved up in bigger slices. I think
like
the colors
3
get
weeks
that.
into training camp, I can't imagine anybody's going to be like, oh my gosh, he needed 3 more days of throwing to Tyreek and Waddle out in the park in
I'm not
Pembroke
saying
Pines
that.
to make a
I'm not
difference.
saying that. I'm talking about why he's going to finally got a coach now. You know what I mean?
Season's not made to break them.
Well, and that's the whole thing. You don't think
it's
that
not made to break. Come on now.
You don't think that the Miami Dolphins quarterback coach talked to his private coach and said, "Look, this is what we want out of him. This is what we need you to work on."
Oh, I'm certain that conversation happened.
Of course.
They haven't.
But Fred, real quick, I'm not trying to belittle
you haven't heard it doesn't mean it hasn't happened either.
Fred, ask yourself this: when a two-and-ear goes out there and puts out video of him throwing to Tyreek and Waddle in a park in Pembroke Pines, don't you sit there and go, "What the hell does that mean?"
Yeah, man. I'm just going by. I'm just going by what I
like. Why am I going to be like that? That park action mattered when they're all going to be throwing to each other. He's going to be throwing them all in.
Well, you don't call it, and this is the same. It's the same principle.
I just look at. I'm just going by the games that I see as where, like, to me, literally throwing outside, bro. Throwing outside. It's real inconsistent. And I think Mike McDaniel holds back on.
But Fred, he's got time, Fred.
Bro.
The season's not starting tomorrow, bro.
But Fred, he's got.
Yeah, but Colin, what I'm saying is instead of working on his weaknesses, you're enhancing what he already does best. But what he does best, that's not the issue, man. The issue is when we need to make these other throws and need to play these calls. We're not able to do it or change anything else.
You let me know what you see. And if you go to camp and he's not throwing outside enough for your taste, you let us know.
I think
when the game comes up, color, man, we'll be
throwing is the problem. I think it's a matter of and do understand that, I may not have the right verbiage when I'm saying this, but I'll say it's when he goes through his different reads. That's the issue. You know what I mean? Like when he sees read 1 or read 2, I don't think he knows how to go through 1, 2, 3, 4 as well as some of the other quarterbacks. I think he can make all the throws. I don't think that's the issue at all. It's just a matter of knowing when to make those throws and who to read.
Are you saying he can't read the defense?
Okay, I'll go with that, Ali. I'll go with that.
What are you saying, Molly Mo? What are you saying?
Are you saying he can't read the defense? He can't pick apart from man coverage to zone coverage?
No,
I wouldn't say he can't. I would say
No,
he
it's
has
not that,
been.
Money Mo. It's more
Look,
so.
I think
they only talking about consistency.
You look at some of the games where we've had some bad decision making, right? I want to say it was the Buffalo game where we actually had a chance to win the game at the end of the game. And what did we do? We end up throwing an interception when Tyreek's not on the field. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's a matter of stage fright or maybe doesn't know how to make the read properly. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
And again, Ali, I don't think it's so much that he can't as that he hasn't been. Because in 2021, he was doing that just fine.
Do he trust his other receiver when Tyreek's off the field? That's the real question.
Albeit at a lower level because he was a new quarterback, young guy, but he was still doing it. Like, I don't think it's a matter of can't. I just think it's a matter of has not been.
A matter of will.
It's a matter of trust. Do he trust his receivers when Tyreek off the field?
I would have trusted.
That's the next stage of his development. Trusting him more.
Except then, that's a good question, but then there's the Jets game out there.
Yeah, the pick six.
Well, it's not the Jets
but
game.
we also put up. I mean, I guess one of them was a defensive touchdown, but we scored 64 points on them in 2 games.
Well, one of those games Tyreek played. One of them didn't play.
Shutting down, they still finished the season with the 3rd best defense in the league.
Well, I'll say this about them. Just like our 70-point output, I'll say this. Just like our 70-point output gave us a lead, a 1-game lead, their great defense in the early part of the season gave them a great lead where they can wilt and still be great defensively at the end. So it goes good in the other direction.
Fair, but we still, I mean, seriously, though, not every team was putting 30 points on them, dude.
There wasn't. Let's not forget about the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns handed them a pretty good one.
You know, I was
they beat Buffalo once, but then Buffalo scored over 30 against them the second time around.
All right.
You know, I was thinking about that color and about the Jets defense and stuff like that. And we've been talking about identity and stuff over the past couple of episodes. I think Miami's identity of the team is its speed and its offense, just like how I think that the Jets' identity is their defense.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? So
even if
I expect their defense to perform well is what I'm trying to say. Go
if
ahead.
Their defense was whatever, still, it's not as if we were. You can't look at the Jets as one of those bad teams like the 11 we beat before. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I understand.
With Tyreek off the field, I think the Jets is a formidable opponent to say, what can Tua do without Tyreek on the field? And he did fairly well.
That's a good point.
I'd have to.
I don't know if y'all focusing on that. I think y'all, because y'all forgetting how that Jets game laid out. The what you call it? Y'all just looking at the raw numbers. Y'all not looking at how those numbers accumulated throughout that game.
I mean, color. You had the you had the Jets color with literally nothing on offense, man. So the more possessions you have a whole lot of possessions to do a lot of things.
That's why I say that game's not a fair measurement. It will be another game in which Tyreek won on the hill entirely, like the Arizona game.
You guys are forgetting one thing. You're forgetting about the hyperbole that was going on before that game leading up to it. We weren't supposed to score 1 point because Tyreek Hill wasn't on the field.
That's a good point.
But that doesn't mean that hyperbole was true because we all know that in that offense we was going against.
Right.
But I'm just saying, it still don't change the fact that they have an incompetent offense and they was on a 9th-string quarterback.
No, but it does. Exactly. It is a little bit of. Look, all I brought it to the table.
I don't think that's a good measure. I will be when Tyreek was never on the team.
All I
in the first place will be games to go good.
All it was meant to be was some evidence that Tua can do it without Tyreek. That's all it was. You guys are making it way more.
But that's the wrong game. The game came when Tyreek wasn't on the team to begin with before he even got to Miami.
Okay, fine. So that's just another piece of evidence.
But I'm saying that's more of a more accurate evidence.
I'm not doing this with you, bro.
With freaking the Cardinals game, when it was back to back, it was there.
Okay, man.
I'm just saying, I'm not buying it.
Great show, by the way, Jake, man. Shout out to Shake.
Because Tyreek played in that game, the very next week against the Titans.
Okay, so the game just didn't happen. All right, fine. I'm sorry I brought it up. Damn.
Crypto's not buying that either?
Let's just imagine it didn't happen.
No, I'm just saying I'm not personally using that as a measure of Tyreek absence as the reason why we can accomplish it.
I am.
So I'm not. I'm just saying that's a bad example. Freaking the Cardinals is.
It was a good show.
It was immediately undone the very next week. It was instantly undone. The very next week on Monday night in prime time.
Sue me.
That's why I don't use it.
How about them Dolphins?
And they're a thing. We will see how everything goes. It's gonna be fun. Color, did you see what I posted in chat?
I don't know. You're writing books over here.
I did write a fucking book. That's fair. But it is
Michael K. Is that Josh Allen in a wheelchair?
No, it's Shake Money after he attempts jumping off that. After he attempts jumping off that pier at the Fan Fest or whatever it's called.
Oh,
I thought you were gonna say it was Alex after the Knicks lose.
I don't watch basketball.
Yeah,
I'm working on my.
On number 4, it also is what I was saying about competitive advantage earlier was that the quarterbacks coach could call up just one of the quarterbacks and say, "Hey, come on in."
Yep.
You know what I mean? And let me teach you a little something these other guys didn't know. You know what I mean?
Yep, I agree. I don't think we differ on it. I just thought those were interesting points for frame of reference.
Good grief.
No, he just got a lot of damn energy, man. Directed the wrong place.
I get it. Anyway.
I was loving that space yesterday, Crypto. You should, man. I was driving down the road like this is some great shit right here.
What happened?
Crypto just releasing the Mount St. Helens level energy.
Is Shake Money still here?
I'm here.
Is it all right if I plug my show real quick?
Oh shit! Of course.
Yeah, just so you guys know, Tuesday, I as long as we don't have TMI Tuesday, but it's scheduled for Tuesday right now if you check YouTube. We're going to have to predict or not to predict is the question, Broken Take Show. So definitely check that out. We have a really good in-depth presentation to give to you guys. Definitely watch it. It's going to be fun. Great conversation. Can't wait to see you all there.
Nice.
Just reminded me, Ali, of something. Thanks.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, Crypto, let me know if you want me to set up that show for you for the 49ers and their expiration date, bro.
Hey, Shake, can I
heard you when you said it,
man. I'm like, turn it up, Crypto. You were cooking them all yesterday.
I heard you when you said it. I was trying to hone in on what's on Dravius, and when you said I'll fire up a show, I thought I answered you real quick, but I heard you.
Yeah.
I said, go ahead and get it fired up.
Yeah.
Shake, can I give a final thought, man, while I cut out, bro?
49ers,
hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Let Fred go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
Okay, man. Yeah, man. I just want to Shake, man. You had a real good show tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a chance to talk. One at a time. Everybody could hear everybody, and all around great show tonight, man. And God bless to all you guys up here, man. And check y'all out next time.
Fred, too.
All right, man. Be safe, brother.
Hey,
safe, man.
Be good.
Stay off Lewis, man. Don't break his damn jaw.
Someone do a welfare check on Alex. He's down by 2 points right now.
Oh, Ollie, what'd you think of my new logo and Twitter?
I couldn't.
Oh, the new Knicks ones, I liked it.
Yeah, I
the
saw
new ones.
But the fucking Pepe meme one.
Yeah, I actually thought it was a Charlie Factory one when I first glanced at it, but it wasn't.
It's got freaking the Pepe crypto token guy with the Knicks hat and Knicks jacket on, and he's getting ready to shove a fork into an electrical outlet.
So let me get this straight. He said he was gonna break his goddamn jaw, Crypto.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He gonna break his goddamn jaw.
Who said that, Crypto?
Fred.
Oh.
You gotta leave Lewis alone, man. You gotta, that's the homie. Well, Grumpy said
is anybody watching
protection.
Is anybody watching the Panthers Bruins game by any chance?
I am right now.
Why is Rodriguez? Why is Rodriguez not put on the ice for only but 10 minutes?
I don't know.
Maybe he got his jaw broken.
Oh, did you see that sucker punch that Bennett gave Marchand? Holy shit.
You know they got time. Was it 39 seconds now they give him, or 37 seconds?
I think if you're watching it right now, Michael K., I think you're 30 seconds ahead of me because I'm watching on YouTube TV.
No, I'm behind.
Oh, you're behind? Okay.
I'm on Stream East, but I haven't seen him out there. I got him to get 2 shots on net. He's been lighting the shots up.
What's
he doesn't have any
on the
tonight.
Cats game? What's the score on the Panthers game?
It's
1-1.
Is that the first game of the conference finals?
No, this is still
3-2.
This is still second round. If the Bruins win tonight, it goes to Game 7.
So
if Panthers win, it's over.
Right. If the Bruins wins, it goes to Game 7. The only one that's to the conference final so far are the Rangers.
Help me out, Michael K. How come they behind the NBA now? Because normally they'd be ahead of the NBA when it comes to the playoffs.
I grew up in the golden era of hockey when you had Wayne Gretzky, you had Mario Lemieux, and when you had the best, and I don't care what people tell me, the best rivalry in all of hockey when you had Detroit Red Wings and the Avalanche trying to kill each other on the goddamn arena, and that's when I think hockey was at its best. I had players like Dino Ciccarelli, Sergei Fedorov, Yzerman on my team. You know what I mean? That's
Ciccarelli started with the Minnesota North Stars.
Yeah,
which you probably didn't even know they existed.
The North Stars, I remember back in the day the North Stars. Yeah,
I learned that a while ago.
Then they became the Dallas Stars, right?
I learned. You're absolutely right.
Then they moved to Dallas, Michael K.
Yeah,
they became the Dallas Stars after that.
Yeah.
We moved to Dallas.
But to answer your question, Crypto. The first round of the NBA playoffs is only 5 games, where the NHL 7.
No, it's 7 now. It's best out of 7. Yeah, it's best out of 7. That's what confused me. How come they're starting at the same time in the season?
It used to be that way, but now it's best out of 7. NBA is.
Oh, see, I don't follow basketball at all. I thought it was 5 because hockey used to be 5-2 the first round.
I'll be 100% serious about this. I in basketball, the in-season tournament has been more exciting than the postseason.
It was fun to let you know how they're gonna start their tradition though. But Ali, I was gonna ask you this question.
Yeah.
The Urban Meyer debacle, did that permanently ruin anybody's chances of Ohio State coaching going to the NFL? That debacle?
I want to say no. I don't think it ruined anything.
You don't think that kind of like gave them a bad name, bad reputation?
Like the coaches or the players?
No, definitely not the players. The players are fine. I'm talking about the coaching staff. And the coaching seems like every coach that goes to the next level gets in some freaking trouble.
Well, we know there are referees who got to the NFL.
Wait a minute. Say that again, Carter.
When it comes to coaching, it's kind of interesting. Like the head coaches that Ohio State have had that have gone to the NFL have not performed very well, right? But
that's what I'm saying. Because Urban Meyer was kind of like that,
Yeah, I agree with you, but
succeed.
I think Urban Meyer really, to be 100% honest, after we won the first college playoff championship, I'll just put that out there. I think he should have considered retirement then. I don't think people realize how many years he's been coaching and how many different teams he's coached. And I think that I don't know if you want to call it legacy, or time at a high level of coaching, I think got to his head and it's almost like nobody can touch me kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just blew up in his face, to be honest. And after the whole Ohio State thing, I don't even think he should have went to NFL. He should have just been a commentator, because I think he was doing very well as a commentator, to be honest.
For the game day stuff on what's that? The Pac-10, not the Pac-10, the Big Ten, right?
Yeah, Big Ten.
Yeah, he was doing it.
Maybe do stuff for the draft. He's very good at that stuff. Keep doing that. You know what I mean?
You know what he named his kid, right? You heard what he named his kid, right?
What?
Oscar.
Oh, really?
No, he did. He got a kid named Oscar now.
Why does that matter?
Man.
I don't get it. I'm not being a troll.
Oscar Mayer? Is that like an Oscar Mayer thing, Joe, or something?
Oh,
it's like a performance thing, like an Oscar award. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say his kid's name is. I was gonna say his kid's name is Sub, and his middle name is Urban, but that would have been too dry. So I just went with Oscar.
Right.
Michael,
Oscar Mayer, right?
Still?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out Crypto's answer. Yeah, I'm still here.
I wanted to ask you a quick question about the Bills. What are your expectations for him this year?
And be realistic. I want realistic expectations.
Realistic? I have no idea what Brady's capable of. It's a new offense. I'm not all hyped up like all the casual Bills Mafia people. If he does halfway decent, I think the Bills have a chance. Bobby Babbage doesn't matter to me because Sean McDermott's going to run the show on defense anyway, so we know that's going to be good. So I think it all boils down to what Joe Brady can do.
Is Joe Brady going down to the field and playing or something? I missed that.
Well, he's calling the plays. So he's calling the plays.
Is he going to try to mix in anything that the previous guy did?
Is not performing to what these casuals' expectations are. The people are going to start calling him Joe Bob. Watch it.
Well, is it Diggs or is it? Is it Allen or is it Joe Brady at that point?
Well,
yeah, that's a good question.
Well, and that's the whole thing because the year before Ken Dorsey's offense had no problem scoring. Had no problem winning. Had no problem moving the ball. Nothing. You know what I mean? So how much of a problem was Ken Dorsey? I'll be honest. I hope Dorsey lights it up in Cleveland. I hope Cleveland wins 12 games. I hope they win the AFC North or whatever. Yeah, they're in the AFC North, right? Yeah. I just hope they win it because it'll shut.
Yeah, that would be a tell that it was really not. He wasn't definitely not the problem, especially if they start breaking records and stuff.
And I'm I don't know. I guess I'm a realist.
I'm not asking to be a troll. I'm just curious because I don't know enough about what's on the Bills roster right now or what they've changed.
I mean, our defense.
In Miami.
I don't necessarily, we lost Floyd. That was a pretty big hit losing Floyd. He was a money chaser, and God bless him. We knew he was a rental, and the Bills because of that contract with Allen's contract. We knew we couldn't keep everybody, and Oliver did us a huge solid by taking $17 million a year. He proved that he wasn't greedy. You know what I mean? So there were certain things that were done, but I don't necessarily know if losing Diggs is going to be an issue. I don't think it is. Because he wasn't there the last half of the season, whether or not it's because they weren't throwing him the ball. He was there the first 8 games, and all of a sudden they just stopped throwing him the ball. What caused that?
Still on the field, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So he still affected the way defenses played you. Fair statement?
Yeah, I don't think he was doubled as much.
That's fine. But he didn't get your second and third cornerback ever.
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry. I was looking at Jackie Redmond. She's hot.
Fair enough. I was saying he didn't get your second and third quarterback on in the majority of the time.
No, I don't think he played any at all. He might have taken like 4 or 5 snaps. He's in Pittsburgh now.
No. What I'm saying is the opposing team didn't put the second and third quarterback on Stephon Diggs ever.
I thought you were saying quarterback. I thought you were saying quarterback.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, dude, you're fine. I might have mumbled a word or something. I'm not trying to troll. I'm just trying to sit there and get it.
No, I think if we brought in Landry off the couch, out of the blue, right before camp started.
See, here's another problem I have with Bills Mafia. Nobody wants to admit that Sam Laporta is a better tight end than Dalton Kincaid right now.
He's got
you know what I mean?
better camps.
I admit that all day long.
Well, you're not Bill's Mafia.
I understand, but Laporta is definitely a real tight end. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah,
Laporta's the next Gonzalez.
I meant to say what's going on with Kincaid as far as his is y'all gonna be doing more 2 tight end sets?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean that's huge. I mean that's just absolutely huge.
I also think people underrate Knox sometimes.
Well, you know what?
Knox is underrated.
Knox is a beast. You know, as far as blocking go, and Knox can catch the ball. And if he gets the ball, he can run and he'll run people over. You know, where Laporta is more of a Gronkowski or the dude that was swinging in the jail cell, Hernandez.
Crypto and I, I don't know if it was live or not, but we were talking backstage the other night. We figured it out that, you know, between, you know, if you think about back in the day, Marino had at one point had Keith Byers, Tony Page, and Keith Jackson.
Keith Jackson.
Right. Jackson. One was a tight end, one was a tight end / fullback, and the other was a pure fullback.
Yeah. Right.
And now we got Jonnu Smith, Durham Smythe, and Alec Ingold.
Yeah, I think we only keep
in the very same roles.
Well, you'll keep 3. You'll probably keep 3 tight ends.
I think we keep those 3. I didn't mean 2 as in the number 2.
You'll keep 3 tight ends.
Yeah, I think it'll.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem with running 12 personnel with the Bills.
Good.
Kincaid doesn't block. So how effective is it really? You know, if you don't have that blocker. Now, if Coleman blocks as good as Davis did.
That's what y'all use Knox for, ain't it? Because he's a little shorter and more compact and strong, or what?
Yeah, but it's still. Well, let me ask you this, Color. Would you?
Gesicki and Smythe on the field at the same time, though, Color.
What's that?
It's kind of like us having Seth and Gesicki and Smythe on the field. At the same time. It tells.
One couldn't block, right? Yeah.
You know, so technically it's not really a true 12 personnel unless they're going to run it to, we'll say, Knox's side where he can actually block, or if Coleman lines up in the slot where he could throw a block where Kincaid will whiff. You know what I mean? And he just can't block. I mean, if he worked on his blocking over the offseason, he can actually throw a block here and there. Now you're talking about a totally different animal.
So if they had Laporta, you guys think they would have ran a 12 personnel a lot better?
I think it would have been more efficient. I think it would have been more efficient. I think, you know, I think our run game would have been unbelievable. I mean, our run game was pretty good with Cook. But I think with Laporta, I think the run game just would have been off the chain. You wouldn't have to have Allen throw for 300 yards every game, or at least try to.
So if the Bills succeed, why are they succeeding? And if they fail, why are they failing?
If they fail, it has to be because of Josh Allen.
Whole thing because they suck, Robert.
I mean, that's my personal opinion. But
if they fail, it's because when Josh Allen doesn't have to do too much, Josh Allen is at his best. When he has to put his team on his, you know, and I'm not saying for, you know, he's got to get that first down or something. We know he's probably the best in the league when it comes to that.
Dude, the only thing I'm going to give Josh Allen a flower. It don't matter whether he has to take it on himself or whether everything's going right. The dude extends drives. Period.
Mm-hmm.
The guy
he is a true drives. I will give him.
The guy has this unbelievable gift of getting right up to the damn line of scrimmage and just gunning the ball at the last second. You can't commit to him. You can't back off. There's nothing you can do right there. You're completely frozen as a fucking linebacker or a defender.
Right. You don't know what to do. You don't know what he's going to do.
You did the rights, because you're not sure about him running over you or through you
when he's
on
that
ball at the last second. Yeah.
The big quarterback can run you.
But you can't.
250
so
helps
for
out a
me,
lot.
the way you defend that and the way you put a stop to that over time, or at least, you know, make him fear your team, is
linebackers that
you
can
just
tackle.
commit and level the fuck out of him.
Well, yeah, and that's
well, yeah. You need linebackers that's tough, like Ray Lewis.
But Crypto, are there any left?
You miss. If he jukes you and
You
breaks
mean
your
are
ankles,
there
and you
any
miss,
left?
you're
What was
gonna
your
get him
question?
next time. You know.
I mean, how many linebackers out there besides, we'll say Micah Parsons, it might be an exception.
Lando.
But how many linebackers are bigger than Josh Allen now?
What about the one?
Probably none. When you look at it, the rest of
They
the
only got to be as big as his right arm. They only got to be as big as his right arm.
Somebody's got a bad mic.
Yeah, I think Robert got cut off. Robert's got a.
Set on the floor.
I'm gonna mic Robert up. He's just a little low. Let's see.
No,
It might have been me. I was talking to my kid. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's Mike's.
Robert, you have kids? I didn't know that.
What about the linebacker with the 49ers?
Ollie, I'm 40 years old, honoring and stubborn and honoring.
The sound of your mic, I know exactly what it's doing. You just got to bounce out and come back in, and you'll be all right.
Well, I was gonna say, don't take offense to this, but your mic makes you sound like you're 17 or 18, bro.
Yeah,
I don't care. That's
I have
good.
that problem on the speaker end of my phone. Just
they
come
sound
back
younger
out,
than
just
his
go out
age.
and come back in. You should be okay.
Who that? Me?
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Polk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got kids, Ollie.
That's a radio issue for
That's
sure.
cool,
I
man.
can hear
I
you.
have kids too. Me and you are the same age. I was just curious. I didn't know you had kids.
Yep. Good kids, smart kids.
But and here's the other thing as far as Dorsey goes. I think his hands were tied out of the gate this past year because I think Bean and McDermott pretty much wanted to put a bridle on Allen.
Yeah,
Because if he keeps playing the way he plays, he's gonna get hurt.
Robert, I was gonna ask based on what Bill's fake crowd noise is saying right here. It says Robert has been in the army for 20 years. Of course, he has kids.
Yeah.
Oh damn, Bill.
And I was just about to ask you, how many
Yep.
different countries have you been to, Robert? Does it happen to be 20?
No.
No, I don't think they travel that. They don't travel that much.
Wait,
One
how
per
many
year.
kids do you have?
So-
is what I meant to say.
Are you getting forced out, Robert?
Cover.
And does it match how many countries you've been to?
No, I've been to more countries. By a lot. What were you asking, Michael K?
Are you getting forced out of the army?
Yeah, so I have congenital heart failure.
So because you've been in the army longer than 8 years, that's the army's problem, correct?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, most definitely, yeah.
So now you're going to get a disability check plus your pension.
So because the way my years line up, I'm just going to draw the disability and I'm not going to bore everyone with the annoying bullshit, but it's some of the times reserved, most of it's active, and I don't have enough active to hit both. But I will draw CRSC payments and I will draw max disability.
Right, but that's more money than what the pension would have been, correct?
For me, yeah, my disability will trump what my pension would have been by far.
Yeah, there you go. So now you go get a new heart.
They already gave it to me. So I have a.
Oh, you have a new heart?
I have a cardiac defibrillator in.
Oh, I thought you had a new heart. I was just wondering if you started growing boobs or not. Then you would have known it came out of a woman.
Jesus.
Nah.
The hell, Michael K?
I don't have enough sympathy to have a new heart. I have a robotic heart. It just makes sure that blood pumps. So,
Michael K, you watching this game? It's getting interesting. Boston Power play right now.
Yeah, it was 4 on 4.
When you do cardio exercises.
What's that?
I said, do you feel any differences, major differences from like when you do a cardio event like swim or run or jog?
It's that, Michael K. If that would have happened, they would have made him a general.
I can't do that anymore to the extent of what I did, dude.
Wait a minute, I can't hear Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
I can't do them anymore to the extent of what I did, period.
Oh!
Okay.
So a normal heart functions at 60%, right?
Right.
Mine functions at 30.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you have any cardiac event or like racing or any kind of activity?
I pay very close attention to how much my heart fucking pounds. And if it gets out of rhythm, I will get kicked in the chest by a donkey or have that feeling, basically. And then I will go to the ER.
Hey, Robert,
was that kind of like AFib?
Have you ever watched the movie Crank?
No. I know what you're talking about, though, but
Crank. No. Yeah, I do remember the damn. That's an old one, Jake.
Ali, how much time you got? How much time you got, Ali?
There's only like 2 minutes left, something like that.
All right, I got 2:19.
We're almost about the same. It's a commercial right now. I'm watching. What car make is this? Some new.
All right, no, I got the replays.
It's Kia. It's a Kia.
Michael K. You guys are on borrowed time, Michael K. Because when the Blackhawks are up and running again, then you guys' time it will be expired, and we will be winning for the next 70 years.
Dude, the Sabres suck.
Borrowed time.
Borrowed time. The Sabres suck. I'll tell you what, the Sabres are almost as bad as the Dolphins when it comes to playoffs.
The Blackhawks are the Utah Jazz of the NHL.
Hey, how long have you been a Blackhawks
Long as
fan?
they're not the Florida Gators.
No, actually, the Florida Gators have championships. So
Crypto. How long have you been a Blackhawks fan?
Pretty much my whole life, for the most part.
So, there was a running joke I had with somebody that I was like, yeah, anybody that wants to retire for the Blackhawks end up leaving to go play for Detroit. Do you remember Chelios?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Chelios, yeah. I swear he played till he was almost 50. I swear to God.
Yeah, he played. Yeah, he was a dinosaur. Yeah, he was a true Iron Man. He was the Cal Ripken of the freaking sport.
Yeah, guy played forever.
He played. Yeah.
Who did he play for? He played for Detroit. He played for Chicago. Did he go to Colorado or no?
I think he played for Ottawa too.
Let me see. Let me find.
I think he played for Ottawa. Did he play? He play for Edmonton?
Let me.
I don't think he went to Edmonton.
Maybe it was Ottawa then.
So he played for.
Yeah, he got a long career, man. Well, in hockey, you can play for a while though. You think about it. You know.
Oh, Ovechkin's still playing. See, I was lucky, and I was 9 years old when Gretzky came into the league. So I was. Oh my God! That guy took a slap shot off the palm.
Yeah,
he went right.
That was the only time I watched hockey was when Gretzky played.
You guys' perspective.
Only time.
Yeah.
Chelios has been playing since 1983 to 2010. That's how long.
27 years.
Yeah,
he played for Atlanta, Detroit, Chicago, and I want to say this is Montreal. Yeah, Montreal was the other.
Yeah, that's the Canadian team. Okay. So
yeah, Montreal.
I think it was Ottawa. So I was wrong. I know it was a Canadian team.
I don't know how y'all are wasting these precious minutes on hockey when we could be making Tua better right now.
Because I'll tell you what, playoff hockey is without a doubt the most exciting kind in sports.
Tua's an Iron Man color.
Oh man, I thought Florida scored for a second, but they're showing replays. God damn it! I happened to look away, and I'm like, "What? And what happened?"
They did score.
It's 2-1 now.
2-1 Florida.
Yeah.
Sorry, sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to ruin it for you.
With 1:26 left.
I was talking to you guys, and next thing they did score. Fuck yeah! All right. Yeah, good job.
So hey, Crypto, how many round one basketball? How many went to Game 7
this year?
Yeah,
I think the Cleveland and I want to say there's no Orlando in the Cleveland series went to 7.
So just one. That's why we're ahead of you then.
Who won?
Or behind you?
Is it still?
Yeah, that one went the distance. The Magic series did.
Oh, that was a garbage goal.
Yeah, Magic.
It was a nice goal. It was a nice goal, but it was a garbage goal.
All the rest of them was sweeps or gentlemen sweeps. It was bad. It was bad matchups in the first round.
That's 100% on the goalie there. But yeah, when you go see, I was well. I didn't get to see all of them, but I got to see Jordan. I got to see obviously Brady. I got to see Manning. I got to see Gretzky.
I miss watching a young Manning play. I miss that.
Of all of them, Gretzky's probably the all-time GOAT, though.
Gretzky. You don't like
Yeah.
Lemieux? You don't think Lemieux is in the
Lemieux was cool
because of
I
his
got to watch
thing?
Lemieux.
No, I'll tell you what, Lemieux. If there was no Gretzky, it would have been Lemieux. Let's go. You know what I mean? Lemieux got screwed because there was a Gretzky.
Hey,
Right.
Michael K., you've met hockey players like face to face and shook hands with them, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Who, in your opinion, is the all-time biggest hockey player? Not like big in size, but like star-wise that you've met in person.
For me, would be Joe
For me,
Perreault.
it was Albert Bell, and that's a baseball
For
player.
me, in my opinion, I'm gonna say because he used to play for Hockey Town, Gordie Howe.
Oh no! Oh my God, Mr. Hockey! I would have loved.
I can't.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I'd do unspeakable things if I would have had the chance to meet Gordie Howe.
Yeah, that was the all-time coolest thing I ever. I still can't. I'll never forget it because my mom got invited to something. She goes, you're going to want to come. A former hockey player used to play, and that played for Detroit is going to be there. So I go, and it ends up being Gordie Howe. Oh my God! You can ask my mom. I was shaking. My hand was shaking as I was shaking his hand. It was like, holy shit.
Well, he lived right in. Oh shit! He moved to Sylvania, Ohio, which is right by Toledo.
I know. My grandparents live in actually.
What's the name of that town?
Grandparents live in
Toledo.
And it's not Toledo, it's Toledo.
What the hell?
He's a saying
that name is messed up.
No. When I was building my motorcycle, I was hauling steel from Detroit back to Buffalo.
Yeah.
And when I was building my motorcycle at the motorcycle shop, I was talking to this guy, and he said, "Oh, he goes, you go through Cleveland and stuff." And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Hey, do you think you can stop in Toledo and pick up some pipes?" I'm like, "What?" I didn't know what he was talking about. I was, what the fuck is Toledo? And then he showed me. He said, "It's right here." I said, "Oh, Toledo." Oh, he goes, "That's how you pronounce it." So from there on out, it's been known as Toledo.
That's hilarious. Where was this guy from? He's from Michigan.
Oh God.
Nah, he was a scumbag biker from North Tonawanda.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
50
he's from Michigan. They don't know how to speak English in Michigan, so yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, but no, Gordie Howe, because his wife was American, and because it was so close to Detroit, they went to Ohio, and they lived in Sylvania, Ohio.
Yeah, it's only like
the biggest celebrity I ever met in public. Remember that guy that played the father, Ricky Schroeder's father on Silver Spoons?
Oh, I remember his face. I don't remember his name though.
His name is Joel Higgins.
Huh?
Met him in a Publix one time in Palm Beach.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Damn. I could tell you the biggest celebrity I met was O.J. Simpson, and he signed my passport.
Was there blood on it?
No.
Was he wearing gloves?
I met Mike Tyson at the Freakness 3 years ago.
Yeah, I met O.J. Simpson at Gulfstream Park.
Mine was actually Mike Singletary. We had a prayer breakfast and Mike Singletary was mine.
Wait, the Panthers won. The game's over.
The game's over. I'm sorry if I ruined it for you.
No, there was 10 seconds left, and there was a face-off in the. There's a face-off in the Florida zone.
Oh, here comes Lou.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, I told you.
It doesn't matter. The Panthers are gonna get throttled by the Rangers.
Rump Rangers?
Yeah, they're good, man. The Rangers are good this year.
They're Power Rangers.
Rump Rangers. Oh, what about the Rump Rangers?
I knew that was coming.
Power Rangers?
Yeah.
No, the Rump Rangers.
Yeah, game's over.
So
now it's on to Colorado and
this is the conference finals now.
What are you talking about coming? What are you talking about?
Colorado Dallas is next. They're still in. I think that series is tied. I think.
Holy shit, man! Hey, man, listen. Listen. To make my night, I just want the Knicks to lose, and I'll be happy.
They're losing right now, bro. No worries, it's happening.
If the Knicks lose, that's over with, right?
No,
they got game 7.
Oh, that'll go to a game 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Tyrese Halliburton got to extend it. They'll make some money out of that series, man.
Hey, listen. Well, if the Knicks lose, he's already used to using the injury excuse for the Dolphins. Why not for the Knicks too?
Yeah.
Hey, Crypto, did we ever figure out who runs the Heat? I still don't understand that.
I'm still in limbo, Robert. I've been trying to update my Wikipedia for the last few days. They're not giving me no more information on it. You know, I mean, I don't know who run the Heat though. Not that guy with the suspenders. Yeah.
Chris Greer's brother runs the Sharks or somebody like that.
How are the Sharks? How are the Sharks? San Jose
Sharks.
Didn't they get the first pick in the draft?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Wait a minute. Say that again, Ali. Who got the first pick?
So San Jose Sharks, which it used to be San Jose, I think it is still.
Yeah, it is.
Their GM is Chris Greer's brother. And I swear I saw something that they got the first pick in the NHL draft, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, no, I think they did. I think they won the lottery.
Yeah.
No.
NHL draft order.
Check what cities the Sharks are in, because you know how like sometimes teams will move to a different city and it's no longer the San Jose Sharks. It might be like the Anaheim Sharks or something. Who knows?
No, that's the Anaheim Ducks.
I know. I was just using that name as a reference.
Yeah, no, San Jose, Chicago, Anaheim, Columbus are the first four. Oh, Utah's got 6. The Utah Super Soakers.
Damn.
The Super Soakers. The hell?
Yo, you don't know about soaking?
No, I'm talking
Have you
about the name.
heard of a fucking holiday
Utah.
called Songkrong?
What's it called?
No.
Spell it.
So I can't spell it. It's a fucking Thailand holiday, dude.
It
Songkrong.
is.
So what it is for like 2 weeks, and it's middle of April. The entire country just turns into a massive squirt gun fight.
What the fuck?
Oh man. Everybody's fully armed with squirt guns and just start going at each other.
Pretty much.
You know what I would be down for?
That is something else.
Nerf fight.
It'd be nice if it was in July when it was much warmer, you know.
I mean, it's pretty warm in April and not too warm, but warm enough.
I did go down to I want to say it was in Kentucky. I got to go to a paintball event that hosted it was basically a made-up war scenario. And there was about 3,000 participants, and that was really freaking awesome. There was paintballs flying everywhere.
That'd be cool. I know next year I want to make it out to Burning Man. Because why not go see people try and set up a utopian society for a week?
What?
It's going to smell like an onion sub there.
It's a week. I've smelled worse shit. It's fine. The fucking shit show that people are going to run into and the stupid is going to be priceless.
Does anybody know what pickleball is?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's tennis for cripples.
What?
What's wrong, Michael K? It's something wrong.
God.
Anybody here play racket?
Not
I love pickleball.
Pickleball has oversized ping pong paddles on
Nice.
on a tennis court made for midgets.
Damn.
Michael K, you better be careful.
You just discriminated against 2 groups of people. You do know that, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I could discriminate against everybody, but I don't enjoy it unless they're Canadian.
Damn.
Good grief.
But
why Canadian?
No, he'd be sneaking over the border. That's what he'd be doing.
Crypto, I haven't been allowed in Canada since 1993.
What the fuck did you do, Michael?
Damn,
K?
what you been banned from the country?
We got in a little fight at a strip. We got a little fight at a strip club.
All right.
From 93?
93, yeah, I got counseled.
So the Mounties got you wanted poster of you or something?
They was hanging with
No, Canada has court on Mondays and Thursdays. So if you get arrested Tuesday, you're there until Thursday. If you get arrested anytime between Thursday and Monday, you're there till Monday. So we got popped on a Friday night. So we were there for Saturday, Sunday, went to court Monday.
Damn, no
So after
same
they
day
do,
release?
no, not in Canada.
Damn.
Not in Canada. Canada
I'll
sucks,
make sure
man.
I commit my crimes on Mondays and Thursdays then.
Mondays and Wednesdays.
That's why I like South America. You can just pay
No,
these
Sundays and
problems go
Wednesdays.
away.
Yeah, Sunday
Oh,
and
Michael
Wednesday.
K. Michael K.
I'll
you
make sure I
say-
write that down.
What did you say about a spider strip club?
There was a little fight at a strip club called Maxine's right on, I guess it would be East River.
Oh, okay.
What did they feed you in a Canadian jail?
We had McDonald's for breakfast. Then there was like, I don't know, ham or bologna for lunch. And then dinner was just some kind of crap. They buy you breakfast. They buy you breakfast. What's that?
They don't feed you Egg McMuffin that had Canadian bacon on it.
Everything has Canadian bacon there.
Bologna.
I was
That's
gonna
the
say,
cute
they don't
way to
call
say
that
it.
Canadian bacon. They just call that
Right,
bacon.
bologna. Yeah, that's about too cheap.
Yeah, no, it wasn't bad. I mean, they're real polite. The jailers are real polite there because they don't send you like a holding cell, like a county jail. You actually go right to the you stay in the prison. You know, there's 6 or 7 cells in the police department.
So I heard they had like sleep number mattresses. Is that true?
No, fuck no.
Number mattresses.
No.
God,
you shaking.
Is my haiku for tonight?
You're making it easy to go to jail, Shake Money.
My haiku tonight stolen from Dance Hall Crashers. You all know it's spam. It's pink and it's awful. You can buy it at a mobile, and it comes from Chernobyl.
The thing I hate about the Canadian jail was that I had a Chateau La Blanc 1963, and it was room temperature, and it was supposed to be slightly chilled.
Yeah.
Oh boy, y'all got Shake started.
See, but in Canada, we could go there and drink legally at 19.
Yeah. And they overdid my filet mignon. My filet
Quebec's 18.
19?
It's 19 in Ontario. Quebec, it's 18 still.
So
when we were in
Montreal, bro.
Montreal's Quebec, yeah.
Right.
Hey, by the way, in Canadian jail, how was the internet porn?
No, I only went to Montreal once. Once I went there.
Me too.
Because that's out by Syracuse. That's where Sean
the
lives.
exact number of times I've been to St. Pierre's in Montreal.
Did they try to take your manhood, Mike?
No. No, it's totally different than American jail.
So having been to Quebec before, you know that even the bag lady on the street is like a 10.
Oh, they're gorgeous in Montreal.
Yeah.
They're absolutely gorgeous in Montreal. It's unbelievable.
I want to go to RSACOM, which is out there.
Of Montreal, yeah.
Or not RSACOM, but Recon.
And none of them speak a lick of English.
And I guess it's better now.
All French speaking. It's mostly French speaking now, right?
Oh yeah.
A lot of it is French Canadian, yeah.
Yeah.
Even in the Mexican restaurant, the waitress spoke French.
It's kind. You know what? It's kind of like Algiers. It's almost like Algiers is in Louisiana.
Algeria was a French colony, dude.
Yeah, like Algiers in Louisiana. That's a lot of French-speaking people. The Cajuns.
Yeah, right along the strip there down in.
Yeah, well, there's also the fact that you also have the Creole connection to Haiti, which was also a French colony. You know what I mean?
Because I was just about to mention the Haiti, the Haitian culture speak that.
Yeah, Creole itself, I believe, isn't it have some French in it?
Yeah,
they got a good spice.
This one guy told me about the Haitian. This Haitian told me, he said one of the reasons why how Creole got started was the fact that the French, in the island, when the island of Hispaniola, whatever,
right?
the French masters would have their slaves far away from them, so they were able to understand. So they couldn't understand the full phrases. So that's how they became broken language, because
Right. So it's like a coded French.
Yeah, because so they heard whatever the French, whatever their caretaker at the time was saying. It was like they're 10 feet away, and
Oh, I
that's
see.
what they could hear.
So they couldn't really hear them well, so they repeat whatever they heard by the time the sound waves got to them. That's right. I got
Of
you.
course, yeah, you're not going to hear somebody as good
Right.
as you're close to them.
That's interesting.
But yeah, man, if it wasn't for actually Haiti was the first island to become independent. If it wasn't for that, France. That's why France, did the Louisiana Purchase, was to fight to fight that war, because they were getting bankrupt fighting that war of Haiti.
And most of the people there are taught and do understand High French. Like my German teacher in high school, he was also the French teacher, and he would talk to all the Haitian students in French, like all the time.
See, I need to just get better with Spanish.
Yeah, he had a pretty easy job as the French teacher at our school because all the students already knew French.
What'd you say, Rob?
I need to get better with Spanish.
Well, you're probably doing better than me. I wouldn't mind learning Spanish myself. I might try since I'm about retired.
I don't speak French, but I kiss that way.
So y'all got started. What's up, KP? My killing and cooking brother.
What's up, Mr. Paul? Hey, I heard y'all talking some history, so I had to chime in. Hey, not only is that Haitian Revolution, not only is that Haitian Revolution.
Hey, but
I got the echo on.
Was there any fact to what I was saying about how they were how they learned Creole, because they were like they couldn't really understand what the plantation owners were saying, so they had them like they from what I was told, the slaves in Haiti were never allowed to stand next to the masters, whatever, and so they.
A couple interesting facts about Haiti. Haiti has had the at the height of the slave trade, it had the fastest death rate among African slaves. Haitian slaves were only counted on to survive 4 years before they would be dead and replaced. It was that kind of intensity that led to the revolution in Haiti. But anyway, speaking of the language Creole, another factor in the Creole is that not all the African dialects were the same, and so you had the Congo language with the a language of the Wolof and all these different African languages that were being pushed together.
Right, that was right.
And all that becomes the Creole.
Right, and I was going to be my next question. KP is like, when you say that the average, lifespan of a Haitian slave was at a certain number. Now, let's say you're talking about well, there wasn't too many of them, but Jamaican slave, let's say, or another type. Did these people can you in that history trace back like individual groupings in Africa, or did they end up just being intermixed all together, and a certain group went to Haiti, certain group was with the English?
Well, both.
You know what I
both
mean?
Things happen. Both things happen in different places. In some cases, you had cultural continuity, like over in the Americas, and in other times, you had different groups that did come together.
Right.
So
is there like an
American
isolated
culture.
line? Is there an isolated line from Haiti to a certain tribe in Africa? Is what I'm really
one of the factors that led to the revolution was a tipping point of Congolese warriors. They imported too many Congolese warriors at one point, and so those Congolese warriors were kind of like, hell no, we're going to raise hell. And they helped spark the revolution at
And you're sort of talking about like how it would have been in ancient times in the Germanic regions where you have a similar culture. In other words, everybody washes their clothes the same way on the washboard, but they might speak slightly different languages. You know what I mean?
Some of
Or it
that was
might be the
definitely at
reverse.
play.
It might be the reverse where they all have a shared language but have subtle different customs. You know what I mean?
Right. And another reason why the Haitian Revolution went down and shocked the world was that the focus up to that point had been on Jamaica. Jamaica had been so violent, and it was expected that there would be a massive slave revolt in Jamaica leading up to that.
Right.
But it happened in Haiti. But even after the Haitian Revolution was successful, many people don't know the connection to the Mexican Revolution. The Mexican Revolution was directly connected. Their goal in the Mexican Revolution was to accomplish what Haiti did, which is why Mexico's constitution banned slavery. And that was one led by Father Hidalgo, and then after that, even the Bolivarian Revolution in South America was also inspired by the Haitian Revolution. And Haiti actually assisted both revolutions by giving arms and money and financing to those revolutions.
So they were like the Columbia of their day.
and increasingly, there's a book called The Common Wind by Julia Scott. Increasingly, many historians and people who study connected to like Denmark Gabriel Prosser's, who led one of the largest conspiracies. It never became a slave revolt in the United States, but that it was it was a coastal community where sailors would have brought that information. Both the Denmark Vesey South Carolina revolt and the Gabriel Prosser Virginia revolt
So
were seen as being linked.
so let me ask you this: with the Latin line in Haiti, you know, the Baptiste lines and all that, were those the Mexican elite liaisons basically from that? Is that what they were left over from, or is that a whole other dynamic?
Yeah, it's a whole. As far as I understand, it's different. Now, within the Catholic Church, there was a through line of communication that connected different land masses. When friars, when church personnel would move around from station to station, some of them were working, along with the poor. They're working the poor all the time, right? And many of them were sympathetic to the case of the slaves and helped to, carry messages.
Oh, right. And so the Baptiste line would be strictly the French lines and all that, the French elites that were,
I don't know.
Took over the island, as far as like the control of the polity.
You're talking about Toussaint Louverture? Toussaint?
Well, just the fact that, until the recent revolution that we saw in our modern times, you had kind of a situation where the people weren't really represented by the leadership. You know what I mean? Culturally, lingually.
Yeah, I mean, modern day Haitian politics is connected to, a lot of different factors, including, the United States, who occupied Haiti for decades in the early 20th century.
The last guy they overthrew, I remember, he looked kind of white.
Aristide. That was Aristide, and they actually overthrew him twice.
Aristide, that's his name, right?
Yeah, Jean-Bertrand
Aristide, right?
Yeah, Bertrand Aristide, and that's a whole story into itself. This isn't my wheelhouse at all, but some Haitian scholars would definitely be able to educate you on what's going on there now. But no, it's an interesting
my
story.
neighbors for so long down here, you know what I mean? I've only learned what I've learned from neighbors, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And if we're talking football, there should be a study on how many Haitian American players are in the NFL. It's an untold story. No one's told that story yet. But there are lots of Haitian Americans who are, great athletes who played in the NFL.
Yeah, namely Pierre Garçon would be the first name.
Pierre Garçon, Joshua Mentalus. There's a lot. Yeah.
What about players with the last name Joseph?
Joseph? Yes, sometimes. Yeah, there are lots of Asians.
Oh yeah, would that include Joseph Adai?
No, I'm talking about
Joseph Adai was Nigerian. I think he was Nigerian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I started seeing players with the last name Joseph, and that's what I was talking about. I was thinking that
surname, yeah, for sure. That
is a popular Haitian surname. It is. Joseph is a popular surname. But it's not always the case.
School is a lot of this stuff too, man.
Yeah, Von Joe would have a lot to add here. And then one of the responses to the revolution was that many of the wealthier landowners in Haiti escaped to Louisiana, and they brought their slaves from Haiti to Louisiana. And so you have a direct connection to many of the uh, black communities in New Orleans with direct heritage, direct links to Haiti. And this is like 19th century, this is like early 1800s. 1804 and to 1812, there were big migrations of Haitians brought primarily as slaves with their masters. The masters wanted to continue owning slaves and running sugar plantations, and those so they moved from Haiti to Louisiana, and those sugar plantations in New Orleans lasted all the way up to the Civil War, and then even
Do you
after.
know off? Hey, do you know offhand when the island of Hispaniola became Haiti?
Well, yeah, when at a certain stage of the Haitian Revolution, the entire island of Hispaniola was controlled by Haitians and was called Haiti. It was only until the interference of the United States at Dominican Republic was reestablished, from what I understand. Again, I may be wrong on that. Again, I'm no expert on this at all.
So
But
I have another question. Finish
Real quick,
question.
colloquially, they
All
still
right,
call it like as a region, the island of Hispaniola. Like if you're talking about a hurricane approaching it, they still colloquially say, "Hey, that's approaching Hispaniola." You know what I mean? But it's broken
yeah,
up
well, I mean,
between
us,
Republic and
us in
Haiti.
the West, us in the United States, we refer to islands as Hispaniola. Other
Right,
people though
right.
might call it Haiti. Haiti is the
Now
Native
it's just
American word for the whole island.
colloquial.
Yeah,
It's like saying the Colorado Basin. You know what I mean?
yeah. Or you know how you have the Sierra Nevada, the Mexican word, the mountain Sierra, right? Haiti is like the Native American word for a tall mountain. That's that's the actual Arawak word for tall mountains. So that's why I get
So
that
I
name.
I have a question for everyone. Since we're talking about revolution, what do you guys think a revolution in the United States would look like nowadays?
What couldn't hear you, Rob.
So since we're talking about revolution, what do you guys think a revolution in the U.S. would look like today?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question. My phone cut out. What were you saying?
You said what would the revolution if they try to do a revolution today? What would it look like?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's happening now. Some people say that's exactly what's happening now with the chaos going on in Haiti right now. That's what is actually being attempted.
No. In the
Normally,
U.S.,
it would be a big mess.
That's what he's talking about, though. What you see today, technically, if you really think about it, can be preserved as a start of a revolution. So yes, it is happening now. It's just not
It depends on the outcome. Yeah, it depends on who wins in the end.
Think about it. In today's society, you have digital warfare. You have terroristic hackers that hack in
Cyber
and
threats.
steal
Yeah,
identity.
exactly.
Cyber terror. That's what I was looking for. You
Cyber
have
terror.
all these things going on. What we think of what war and revolution is from its past to what it is today is completely different.
That's
nobody's
valid.
gonna be throwing. Nobody's gonna be throwing
Right.
Conflict anywhere now. It's like it's not always going to take the form of fighting in the streets. But as far as Haiti goes, the last time I've lived in Missouri for a little while, so I kind of dropped out of the know. The last time I was following the situation was shortly after the earthquake, and I know that a whole bunch of money got raised to go there for them. And from what I understand, and this is all allegedly, and this is all from the memory of stuff from 10, 15 years ago. So do your own research. But from what I understand, Wyclef's Jean from the Fugees was attempting to run for president there the last time I heard. And the thought was because he was friendly with the money, with the people the money was coming from a la Bush and the Clintons. It was expected that he would be kind of the guy that helps deliver them into a Western style of existence, let's say. You know what I mean? And from what I understand, allegedly that money was gobbled up by Mr. Wyclef and never got to where it needed to go. From
the
what
NGOs. Listen, Haiti is ruled by elite, wealthy oligarchs, landowners, business owners who aren't necessarily supported by the masses of people. And that's who that guy Aristide was. Aristide was like him or not, he was the elected leader of the masses of Haitians who were poor. And so when the United States acted in both cases under Clinton and then later on, they were acting on behalf of these landowners who didn't see Aristide as a guy who was going to work with them and protect their interests in Haiti. Aristide was accused of being a socialist, right? Because he wanted to, as most left-leaning leaders want, turn the wealth of the country back to the people and develop roads and infrastructure, so on and so forth. And I was seen as, they'll tell you that this is one of the reasons why those families turned on Aristide and cooperated with the Dominican Republic of the United States and got him up out of there, vis-a-vis, Monroe Doctrine and Roosevelt corollary politics of interference. So again, it's more complicated than that. But if you look at Haiti, the more north you go in Haiti, the more African or darker skinned the people. In southern Haiti, you have a lot of mixed people with mixed allegiances. There's a huge Lebanese community. There's a huge Jewish community who have moneyed interest in owning.
There's also the elites versus or let's say the patricians and the plebes. I mean, there's that dynamic there. You know what I mean?
Right, and then you got the church involved, and then Haiti's been through a lot. But what's happening now is, in essence, they're talking about the gangs, but the gangs are really, like that voice of the voices. They're standing up to a government that they see as, that the masses see as not representative of them. So many of them, their leader was Aristide still, even though that happened more than 10 years ago now when he was removed the second time. They don't feel like the government that was in place represented them. Like what you said about Wyclef Jean, the guy who ended up winning the presidency, What was Sweet Mickey's name? Yeah. Well, there was an even more popular merengue Haitian compa star, musician who actually won during that election. He goes by the stage name of Sweet Mickey. Michel Martelly, President Martelly. He was actually who won in that election that Wyclef was running for. So the hip hop guy didn't win. The compa artist did. He was Martelly, President Martelly, and he has been accused of being a pawn of the landowners himself. They just had another president, Jovenel Moïse, who was executed in front of his wife. This is before the current guy was appointed as the president, Henry, who the gangs say is not allowed to come back into Haiti. You know what I'm saying? So it's a civil war. It's a civil war over there. I'm not saying which side is right, which side is wrong. I don't know enough about it to give you that level of analysis.
Can I ask a question in regards to the Caribbean? In regards to like Haiti and like even Jamaica, I've been hearing a lot from my friends that are Jamaican that have informed me that there are certain areas of Jamaica that you can't necessarily go to because of gangs, we'll say, or groups that are not happy with their local governments and stuff like that can stir up trouble.
Absolutely.
Do you think that that's a sign of the temperature in that region? That is that like a sign of warning, or like what do you think about that? Because
those are long-standing issues. Even guys like Bob Marley and his they were part of that whole matrix of
in that region.
Whatever political party was in power,
their people got the resources, got the roads, got the infrastructure, and those on the other side did not. If you go back into like Jamaica's politics, you have the JLP, Jamaican Labor Party, and you have the PNP, the People's National Party, which was Edward Seaga's party, right? That was more of the right wing, and then the JLP was more of the left wing, right? And it got very ugly. It got into almost a civil war in the 70s in Jamaica, which led to an exodus of people to Miami from Jamaica, including Bob Marley and his family. I mean, Bob Marley was shot and almost killed. His wife was shot in that violence. So that kind of thing that you're describing, Ali, continues to this day and has metamorphosed in different forms. But it largely is. There was a famous big drug dealer from Jamaica arrested maybe 10 years ago named Goodis Coke. He basically operated a section of Jamaica as a thief. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't go in and out of there unless you had a pass from this guy.
Like
you know,
a fiefdom, if I heard you correctly. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's certain neighborhoods in Kingston that are notorious for being politically affiliated. And, you know, most of the time tourists don't go to Kingston, right? They stay far away in Montego Bay on the northern coast, where it's tourist oriented, right? And so they avoid most of this stuff.
And unfortunately, a militant group fighting for their liberty doesn't see, American tourists, leave them alone. Unfortunately, it's like a force of nature. It's not like, you know.
Well, there is a tacit agreement to leave tourists alone because everybody understands.
And I'm sure if their motives are moral, then there probably would be, KP. You know, because I've known Jamaican people to be quite moral people, as well as the Haitians. And that's what I was going to say a second ago. Is that look, the Haitian people are a really good people, and for the most part, they really deserve to be brought out of endless conflict, which is all that island's really ever seen.
Yeah, well, you know, there are many different views
to natural disasters, to whatever you want to, you know, put on it. And you know, I mean, every society's got their elements, but for the Haitians that I've lived with and grown up with for the last, 30 years here, you know what I mean? Like they don't deserve that endless war. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nobody does. Unfortunately, one of the exacerbating issues is the oversight and involvement of outside players, mostly the United States. I mean, the way you want to think about it is this: these are countries that just became independent in the 50s and 60s, right? And have struggled to establish themselves as independent republics. Imagine if during the United States' early Republican years, Britain or France had a moneyed interest into one of the Federalists or the Anti-Federalists, or one of the early parties, right? And invested in their side winning, you know, bringing in guns and stuff like that. We would have had a civil war much earlier than, 1860 or 1861 and with the election of Lincoln, and yet we still had to fight out a civil war 70, 80 years after our founding.
There were poison. I don't know if you want to call them poison pills, but they were definitely poison pills put in of our system that was going to cause that to inevitably happen.
Yeah, I mean, how can you have
if a person understands how politically it came to actually happen.
Yeah.
To where
how can you have a government based on Enlightenment ideals? Declaration of Independence.
Man, they actually came to when you're watching a Congress or Parliament from another country and they start fist fighting each other.
Yeah, it almost happened today, right?
And we're like, man, wow, look at that. Well, no, back then there's reasons that can be allowed to happen that are political. You know what I mean?
Those feelings are so strong. Yeah. But I mean, you're right. I mean, at the beginning of the United States, right? It was, your nation supposedly built on Enlightenment ideals, liberty, fraternity, equality, right? Declaration of Independence says that. Constitution is made in that light. But then 1/10 of the nation is enslaved, and then half the nation, women, have no say. So, how much equality do you really have?
And KP, you're not wrong. The part that I wish a lot of people would understand, that sadly don't, on the whole, is the recognition of that by a lot of the framers of the Constitution that just didn't have the political leverage to get it done at that time.
But those interests did exist. You're right in pointing out that there were some who did push.
I'm not trying to excuse anybody of anything. I'm just saying that those people did exist. The seed was planted.
And we're not even counting the Native Americans.
Right. Because that's the thing about the clause. It included natives. Natives were only 3/5 of their vote was counted too. You know what I mean?
Virtually represented without their say. So there were issues to work out. So these issues are still being worked out in these places.
There is a fair point to be made, KP, and I don't know if you agree with it or not. I wouldn't presume to try to convince anybody that is as educated as you are, because obviously you've done enough education to form an opinion, right? But I'm just saying, as far as something to consider, is that did we really want the senators and congressmen of the South to have the electoral power of a full vote from their slaves?
Well,
it's not as if they wouldn't have compelled their slaves to vote a certain way. You see what I'm saying?
That was achieved through compromise, right? That was only temporary agreement, like the slave trade compromise.
Right. Well, and arguably one of the poison pills that I'm referring to that caused what happened to be inevitable.
Right. So countries whose foundation, especially in a country like ours, which was so ethnically diverse, right? You had Germans over here, you had the Irish over there, you had the Brits over there. Then you had
people forgot that the Brits conscripted the Hessian soldiers to fight us in the Revolutionary War.
Right, Germantown.
Germans in the Revolution.
Yeah. So it was always going to be a difficult task. But what I'm trying to say is, those same sorts of issues affect places like Jamaica and Haiti as well, although it's not often perceived that way. But Africa Africa had its own political and cultural history. It's not monolithic, not homogeneous. And sometimes those Africans didn't like each other before they both found themselves enslaved on the same boat.
Likewise, the reason Tecumseh came, he had to unite all the nations. You know what I mean? They weren't united before Tecumseh. Tecumseh would be your modern day Vercingetorix or Braveheart. You know what I mean? Like, he got all the different tribes to get along and unite against the bigger power.
There's a Harvard historian named Vincent Brown, whose text won all the big awards maybe 4 or 5 years ago, which tells a story of how these wars in Africa extended into the Americas, how the various Africans who were fighting before they both ended up being enslaved continued. It's called Tacky's Revolt, the story of an Atlantic slave war.
Interesting.
I would heavily recommend that book to anyone who wants to dive into this.
How a different hierarchy formed when it came to what particular slaves were doing as opposed to others in the Americas?
Yes. And then on top of that, in different periods, you had certain Africans targeted for the skills that they brought, which is why, some of what DeSantis had to say about slaves learning or Black people learning from slavery was seen as so disrespectful, because it ignores that complexity, in the sense that, rice growing Africans were targeted to bring rice culture to South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't random people, just forced to grow rice. They went and got the rice experts from the rice empire that already existed.
Right. Well, what do you think about the modern day version of that with with old Adams saying something about the people coming over on the shores should become lifeguards because they all know how to swim.
They know how to swim.
Do these
I did not hear that.
Even look in the mirror ever? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, You know,
Like
gotta
all
have
of
some
them.
placement humor. You know.
I haven't even heard that comment, so that was news to me.
Well,
it's great. I mean, it's just all of them. They're just all so tone deaf. Like every side, middle, left, right, whatever. Man, they're all just.
Hold on. If we want an interesting story, I'm hoping somebody will eventually, hopefully, makes the team and does well. Talk to Patrick Paul about his own grandfather's or how his rise to president in Nigeria, and then his grandfather's assassination. The politics of Nigeria are.
The little preliminary look we did at it was fascinating enough, KP.
Yeah, there was a war. There was a civil war in Nigeria called the Biafran War, where the Igbos of the southern region attempted to break away and form their own country right after Nigeria's independence. And it was a major crisis, and this guy's grandfather was right there in the middle of it.
So
you know,
grandfather that got assassinated.
One of many, one of many. I don't know enough about it to tell you what his position was or how, what role he played. I just know he's around in that time period. So there's a story there, there's definitely a story there. So
it's interesting.
Yeah. And we got,
his grandfather being tied.
Yeah,
that having that
stuff's
much
on
power
page
in this
37
Nigeria.
of the newspaper. It's been going on for the last 20 years. People don't right under our noses. You know what I mean?
And for anybody who doesn't know, Nigeria is one of the world's growing giants, economic giants. Its population is supposed to
be over 80 million in the next 30 years.
Yeah, by the end of this century, it's going to be the most populated country in the world at the rate it's going. Yeah, the fastest growing middle class in the world.
I think
so.
England
In terms of
is
consumer
like
market,
110, man.
It's going past Shanghai.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a growing giant already. But
aren't they trying to set up a massive tech hub in that country too?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Listen,
tech hub is
Nigerian Americans as an ethnic group are the most successful ethnic group in the United States in terms of building wealth, education levels. No group, black, white, whatever, is more successful than Nigerians in the United States.
Nigerians just past Asia, right? I mean,
they do better than Chinese Americans. They do better than Indians on average.
Yeah, because first Asia was like number one for a while, and then Asian Americans were.
And beyond that, what's the right word? The highest proportion of enslaved Africans come from the area that today is called Nigeria. This is where the bulk of people who were enslaved came from. Out of ports. Sorry, it's not correct. Out of ports in what is today Nigeria. Because, everybody in those ports wasn't from those regions. But they left from ports in what is out of what is today Nigeria. So it's really like the ethnic heart of the second largest continent in the world. The diversity there is insane. It's the most diverse place on the planet in terms of genetic diversity, language diversity, cultural diversity. It's crazy.
Africa is a continent I haven't been to
of
yet.
Germanics that lived in that
Me
region.
either.
I flew over Africa, but never landed in Africa. How about that?
To speak to what
I went to Spain.
You even
I love Spain. Spain is cool.
You had a population of Germanics living there for 100 years. To KP's point, like that place has some serious genetic diversity.
Yeah, the Straits of Gibraltar. I got a chance to.
Times, you know what I mean? I'm talking about predating all that. And then before that, you had the Carthaginians. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Many people forget that from 711 to 1492, there were African rulers of Spain and Portugal. They were Muslim. Sometimes they're obfuscated by their Islamic faith, but most of them were troops from West Africa, where were West African Muslims.
And then you get to the Victorian age, and you have nothing but a bunch of French and English down there looking for artifacts.
Yeah, well,
a lot of archaeology coming from that continent of Africa.
And diamonds, let's be real, and diamonds.
Well, a little over about 400 million years ago, you can say that everything started there,
Well, yeah.
Just most religions got the calendar
say
wrong.
That's actually a fact. Maybe not that region of Africa, but yeah, Africa.
Yep.
Well, if you go to the other side, Ethiopia was one of two regions in Africa that was never colonized, right? But
Right.
it was attacked viciously for decades by Italy. And one of the reasons people suggest for Italian attempted imperialism of Ethiopia was the fact that Ethiopia was one of the few places to have a claim to having an older Christian church, older Christian tradition
Christian
than the Roman Catholic
now you're getting
tradition.
into why Rome might have looked the other way with the whole World War II thing going on.
Well,
You know?
this is also. I mean, you go back to the. I mean, I don't know what you believe in or whatever. You take a historical view or just a spiritual view or whatever, but Jesus, when Herod wanted to execute him, right, to find him and kill him, he went
with
into
the 3-year-old kid death sentence thing.
And the people that went with him established this Christian tradition. They were like the first followers of this teenage Christ who was trying to escape Herod. And so this is where that Coptic tradition begins. So many people suggest that Italy, with its Rome being in the center of Italy, wanted to take over so it could erase all of these records and erase this history.
It's no secret that the Vatican was looking the other way when it came to what was going on in Europe in World War II. Because they knew
to that point,
if we look the other way and these guys win, we're gonna get access to that stuff. You know what I mean?
Right. To that point, KP, do you think that that's why the Christ years was lost from the age of 13 to 30?
Well, that's where
that's the main reason with the whole trying to erase it.
All right.
Well, if you believe that it was purposely erased, I mean, I don't know enough to
that's
tell
what I'm
you.
saying. That's what it kind of sound like. It's kind of like that's where that void is at.
Well, they say the stuff that he's doing in the so-called New Testament or the Torah is him when he reemerges from Africa and goes back to Bethlehem and Jerusalem and is performing all these miracles. That's when he's back home.
Ain't they also supposed to be the keepers of the Ark of the Covenant? Isn't that what?
Well, yeah, all that. Yep, that's exactly what it is. And the Ark of the Covenant is supposedly some people say it's the genetics. Jesus' DNA in that Ark. But there are all sorts of theories.
The Ark is more of a symbol, right? I guess.
Yeah.
The shroud you talking about, color? You talking about the shroud?
No, that's in Turin, Italy.
The Turin shroud, yeah, that's supposedly the cloak that he wore at his execution, which contains his blood.
DNA. Right. Yeah. DNA is inside of it. Yeah.
So I'm
like, that was a big jump in history. How do you just go disappear off the face of the earth for freaking 16 years?
I mean, I don't know how you can identify the chain of custody for anything.
Well,
over thousands of years, you know what I mean? It's
listen, the rulers of Ethiopia all the way up until 1975, the emperor, the monarchs, the ruling monarchs of Ethiopia, who fought against the Italians all the way up to 1975, where the last of them was Tafari Makinen, right? Mm-hmm. They claimed blood descendancy from Jesus. From before Jesus, from King David.
Right.
From King David and Solomon. They claim to be of the lineage. And that whole story or claim is what it was revered and idolized by that community in Jamaica that then develops Rastafarianism following Rastafari Makinen, who was Haile Selassie, the last emperor of Ethiopia. Some might call it a cult. It was a cult the
Romans would call it heresy, but whatever.
They recognize they basically are the ones out here in Jamaica who are acknowledging it and saying that it's real, and then prophesying it, and then this gets popularized through Bob Marley's activism and the spread of reggae music.
So how does that relate to the Hotep guys, bro?
Yeah, Bob Marley was pretty much in tune with all that.
Well, Hotep, that's Nubian, Egyptian pseudo language for hello or peace, right? And they're just a little bit further up the Nile River. Again, depending on who you talk to, there's synergy with Ethiopia, or there's sometimes warfare between Ethiopians and the Egyptians. And it's a it depends on who you talk to, and it depends on what stage of Egypt's history you're talking to, because Egypt at one point, the Greeks went in and got northern Egypt, right? Alexandria, all that's, and so that later stage Egypt is
they
not
were
the
fair
same.
to cast Gail Godot as Cleopatra. I'm just saying, man.
Well, I mean, who knows?
I mean, no, she might have had a tan. I mean, she grew up in Alexandria, Egypt. I'm sure she was had quite a bit of melanin. You know what I mean? Just from growing up there.
You sure wasn't here in Alexandria, Virginia,
daughter of Ptolemy, dude. She was certainly Greek.
I was told it was Alexandria, Virginia, color.
Well, it might have been. To be real though, I'm only one generation German in Florida. Like I'm second gen German, but I'm only one generation in Florida as far as my that part of my heritage. And I mean, I got quite a bit of melanin from living here my whole life. You know what I mean? Like I'm not.
Let me share a personal story, right? I don't know. Some of you may have seen my last name, but it's Portuguese. And this summer,
I didn't know that, KP.
Yeah, this summer, this past spring, actually, my great aunt, my grandfather's youngest sister, the only surviving person out of 14 siblings, right? She invited me to her home in Antigua, and I went and visited her. And she shared with me the ancestry of the family going back to 1860, when the people who brought my surname came over from the Madeira Islands, from Portugal, and established themselves in the Caribbean at that time. And at the time, they I mean, you might call them white guys, right? And they ended up being landowners in Antigua and reportedly hated black people. So they'd probably be very disappointed to see me today. But I carry their last name. Yeah. So.
All I can say is I'm a mutt and I don't know my lineage all that well.
I think we all are, right?
I mean, hey, by 2040, Robert, we will be
Florida, so
80% of something else, Robert. To that point, Robert, that's the projection. By 2040, we're supposed to be 80% something of something else.
And by 2080, the Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it, Jake.
Everybody will have a stake in that
all
victory.
Complete. We go exactly. Everybody will have a stake in that victory. Oh man.
I mean, if you're still alive at that point, right?
Absolutely. I might be in a wheelchair at that time, or
No, Crypto. If we're that far, I better have robot legs. God damn it! If I can have a robot heart, I better have robot legs.
By then, Crypto, they'll be able to translate your consciousness into an avatar. You'll survive through your avatar.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, right. I'm transferring.
Wait.
Take away all the magnets from people too.
We need to change the laws at that point, though, because if you're just going to constantly transfer to different bodies, you essentially need to count every transfer as a death.
Yeah, maybe that is what death is already, though. Maybe that's already what's happening.
Pretty much it.
That's what the Hindus believe, right?
Pretty much.
Reincarnation.
There is a Star Trek episode about
like the movie Fallen, just transferring bodies. You just go into
I'm
another
not saying you forget your memories. I'm just saying from a legal perspective, I want to count that as a death. Because I don't want to carry 1,000 years of mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, there's about 5 Star Trek episodes on that theme.
We'll say each transfer will be every 100 years. Make the transfer.
Have any of you been watching Shogun on Hulu? Shogun about
I've watched the entire thing. It's freaking awesome.
It's awesome, and it's based on the real history of Tokugawa Japan's establishment.
Yeah, it's very well done. I liked how they ended it. there's a big following that wants a sequel, but I don't think they're going to come up with a sequel series, to be honest.
They really should, because if you know the history, I've looked into a little bit. It starts. It's set in 1600 with the arrival of that British sailor who's hiding as a Dutch merchant, right? And ultimately, by 1603, that guy who's the character of Toranaga, he's actually Tokugawa. And what's really going to happen is he's going to become shogun. And then he's going to shut down Japan to all outsiders except through Nagasaki. And the only European nation that's going to be given trade rights, like the ability to come in and out with no problem, are the Dutch.
Yeah.
And you can see how this story plays right into that.
Yeah, I really like how they did it. I love how, I want to say, almost authentic it is to the area and the traditions of the area, especially what do they call the form of suicide that they do?
Seppuku.
They actually show the way it's done. You know what I mean? There's no leaving anything to the imagination. So I thought that was really awesome. I also it has that Game of Thrones feel when you're thinking of falling in love with a character only to watch them die. That has that effect on you too. So.
Lady Marico, right?
Hey, let me ask you a question. I'm not looking for spoiler alert, but
1 second, Shake Money. I want to answer.
In that movie that you watch, in the series that you're watching, right? What's it called? Shogun. Yeah. Do they explain the oranges of Shonuff?
What?
No, there's no black samurai there.
Who's the master Shonuff?
There's no black samurai.
Stephen guy in the chat wanted to know if I was in Alexandria. Yeah, I'm literally about 8 minutes away. I'm about 8 minutes away from Alexandria. I'm on the other side of the bridge, the Wilson Woodrow Bridge.
A black samurai, obviously. There are.
I might even be closer to you now.
Be in the same type of genre of conversation.
Yeah. You move closer to that bridge?
They do.
I moved out to Culpeper.
They do show the types of discrimination that was evident during its time.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, say that again, Robert.
Just from the Japanese perspective, but there was discrimination from the Portuguese in the church.
Yeah.
Okay. I know exactly what it's saying. Yeah, Culpeper. Yep.
Well, that's the big reveal, right, Ali, in that what the Dutch brought to Toranaga, motivating him to even become shogun, was the fact that Portugal had been given title to all of Asia vis-a-vis the Treaty of Tordesillas. And that revelation is really what opened Toranaga's eyes, who's really Tokugawa, to the fact that Japan has to get its crap together. It can't afford to have this political infighting, because they're going to have to deal with these outsiders coming to basically colonize and take it over. And he's right. I mean, one could argue that it worked out for Japan in that, they were not colonized. Their isolationist policy that lasted all the way up until the United States gets there in 1853 with Matthew Perry actually works. And then they go through, when the United States gets there, they then make a quasi-alliance with the United States, learning all of our industrial technology and becoming an imperial force of their own. And then that's when Japan, at the turn of the century, goes on a rampage and starts taking over Korea and China, and then eventually dropping bombs on Hawaii in Pearl Harbor, which is then when we realized that, hey, we got to stop them before they take over all of Asia. And, but they really, had played that plan out. And that's what's so significant about the show Shogun, because it really is the real life guy being portrayed there, whose future forecast sets that Japan in motion. That Japan needs to survive the oncoming colonial attempts of the West, maintain its integrity, and compete. And that's who that Toranaga character is.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not becoming shogun because he's not like Ishido, just power hungry and he wants to do it just to be called a ruler and all that kind of crap.
That's the whole point of the whole series. Like, everyone's like you could become Shogun. He didn't care about the title Shogun.
Yeah, he didn't want to become Shogun at all. But he knows that he must do it to keep Japan safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he didn't even want it. And the other thing is, like, it was very interesting, like, how he used different tricks or tactics to people manipulated people and used them as, we use the
his
phrase
right-hand man, the death of his right-hand man, to give him cover.
Every single thing the guy did had purpose, right? And to give you an example, we always use the phrase, "Oh, this guy's playing checkers while this guy's playing real life chess," right? Yeah. Well, that's what Toranaga was doing. He was playing chess the entire series. It was
does every
That's
show
on my
open
bucket
up
list,
with the
big fan.
Does every show open up with the guy from Last Samurai going, "Last time on Shogun"?
No, it does not.
Oh, damn it!
Just wondering.
Hey, by the way, real quick, I'm gonna end this. If y'all want to keep it going, y'all can.
Hey, thanks for having it, Shake.
Appreciate it, Shake.
Time for bed for me.
Y'all want
to being real responsible.
Watch Shogun, guys. It's a really good show. It's really good.
I think we all should have a meet and greet in Dubai.
By the way, Robert, thank you for your.
Now I've got two guys at least that I highly respect. Their
Robert, I appreciate you. You bring a lot of value to the platform, so I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me up, man. I appreciate you guys.
You're too much of a tool lover, though,
sure, Robert.
You got to let go of that tool love.
KP,
I'm just
I
kidding,
don't think Tua's great. No, like straight up, real quick though, I don't think he's great, and I'm all for criticism of. I just don't like blind criticism and bias.
But I just want to give him $1 zillion.
I don't like that take either, dude.
I'm kidding, man.
I'm fine if you don't want to pay him. I can understand that.
Trust me. Hey, trust me, Robert. I tell everybody about you. I said, you and Steve may sound alike, but y'all night and day when it comes to y'all takes on the team. And so that's how you tell y'all two apart, Robert. I be trying to tell them, like, hey, all you got to do is listen carefully on what they say. You'll know who is who.
Hey, by the way, Robert, hang out a minute backstage. I got to ask you something.
I got to show you this. Anyway.
All right. So before we go, man, I just want to remind people why. Listen, Tua wasn't in training camp because I guess contract negotiations, and apparently Holland wasn't in training camp either. But he has good reasons.
Right, there you go. I like
With that being said,
it's heating up in the Holland household. It's heating up.
Yes.
He's stroking that. He's stroking that other word for cat.
Hell yeah. Pins up, baby.
There you go.